All right, man, rocking it out to some Digital Shock. God, I love this intro song. Of course, it's 4 minutes and 17 seconds long, and man, those numbers are my time of my latitude, longitude of birth, and that's the song I kind of picked. So welcome out, everybody, to number 40. What's your question, number 40? I got the glasses on to remind you that you're living inside of a movie. Okay, you're living inside of a movie, folks, and that's it. That's the big secret. That's the unveiling. I already saw Stephen in there with the word apocalypse equaling the number 40 numerology. What does apocalypse mean? It just means the great reveal. And the great reveal, I feel, is going to tell you that you're inside of the Truman Show. You're in a movie, which is why you see a lot of the sunglasses in Hollywood. I call it a simulation. We can get in that. It just means the movie. So this number 40, this was, very special one, obviously. And I have my upcoming decode probably going to be released next week on Westworld. I just watched season 4, episode 8 last night, confirming a lot of things. And again, I mean, these movies, are they really, are they the authoritative voice on the way this world works? Well, I think they drop a lot of clues. They really do. And anyway, I'm going to show you a few slides, a couple sneak peeks from my upcoming Westworld Decoded. So sit tight for that. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. This decode coming out, I have a lot of content coming out. It's going to be spread out though over the next month. So you're just going to have to wait on some of the content coming out. But nonetheless, I'm going to show all of you, as a sneak peek tonight as well, the cards, in the tarot. What are the cards that associate Westworld, the Fallen Angel story, the Bible, the Upanishad, any ancient text? They all tell the same story, just packaged differently. And I'm going to give you guys my theory of what I feel and how this reality works, what I feel is the main construct of this reality. We're going to try to tie it all together based upon everything that I've been researching all these years. It's really kind of come down to this. It's kind of magical. So welcome out, everybody. What's your question number 40? Man, it's great to be here. It's been 3 weeks since I've done one of these, and I'm pretty stoked to be here. So let's just kind of check out, welcome out. Look at all these great decoders in the house. Captain James Wood, can we talk about gematria? Well, I'll talk about numerology. See, I don't feel any of us use gematria. Gematria is the coding of words into numbers. Once you get that, you then have to decode it into numerology. So I feel, and this is not taking anything away from other people that want to call it gematria. I just, if it's a duck, I like to call it a duck. I'm a numerologist. Numerology supersedes gematria because gematria, you got to put the words, gematria is the coding of words into number. None of us do that. You're not trying to code something and write a cryptic code so somebody can't figure it out. Numerology is the science of numbers, the personality of numbers, knowing what the numbers mean, which most decoders are out there that are doing. Even the big names, they don't even know what they're doing. They don't, because they don't know numerology. They don't know how to use it. They're just like, oh, this number equals this and this number equals that. It's like, that big, like the 56. Society of Jesus is 56. Yeah, well, so is the word Fruit Loops. So, I mean, maybe this is Society of Jesus. Maybe they created Kellogg's. Maybe they're a fan of Toucan Sam. I don't know. That's why you can't just connect words to numbers and think you got to figure it out. Sorry, that's just not going to cut it. Anyway. I'm very, very strict on this stuff, folks. That's why, like, some people don't like me. They're like, I'm an asshole, and I don't care. I want to get it right, man. I don't want to get it half right. I want to get it right. Exactly right. Like, if you're baking a cake and you leave out an ingredient, you can still have the cake and eat it, but it's not going to be the same. I want the complete ingredient list. That's why when you decode, ladies and gentlemen, you can't just use numerology or words to numbers. That's you're going to be dead end. You got to tie alchemy, the tarot, the cards. You can tie the gene keys and human design and all these kind of layers. Dates on the calendar, not just Gregorian, but the Coptic calendar. And some people are like, well, October is actually the 7th month, and September is actually the 7th month, not the 9th month, and that means that the other calendar's wrong. No, that's not what it means. It's not what it means, because it's going to see the number 9, folks. The number 9 is the great repeater, which almost all ciphers use the number 9. So if you're going to use any cipher, you can find the truth in any of it. Just it's watered down, but you got to dig a little bit more. But the number 9 is the reason why you can pretty much connect any word with any number over a period of time, because of that number 9. The great repeater, which is the last number of Saturn's magic square. It's the element fluorine. Fluorine is Saturn's magic square. That's why they have fluoride, fluorine, the 9th element. So let's see what we got else. What else we got? 15 grams of mushrooms. Boy, I wouldn't want to be you in about an hour. That's a lot. Wow. I'm good with like 1 gram, 2 maybe. I like to be in control at least, or at least just kind of be on the fringe. But I guess going all in, 15 grams, that's going all in right there. Woo. A lot of great names here. Thanks everybody for joining in. I know this was a special day. Typically start on Saturn's day and then go into Sunday. I'm not sure how long I'm going to go with this one, because I got to go to the store still. Sitting here, I've got my double green. Congratulations to everybody that joined me on the Green Box Detox. Finished on August 13th. We went for 3 weeks, folks. 3 weeks of just drinking your food. It was a magical ride. It was a magical ride for me and about 30 other people. Changed some lives, man. It was awesome. So congratulations if you're here and you completed that and you're still drinking your double greens, double reds. This is my night. I forgot to get my cilantro. I've been just consuming about a head of cilantro a day. So I got to get out there. I got to get to the grocery store in a couple hours to get some more cilantro. So congratulations to everybody that did the Green Box Detox. I have a lot of people asking me, will there be another one? Let me take these off. So yes, we are going to have another Green Box Detox probably around October. So in time for the harvest. So if you're interested in cleaning up your temple and getting all the shit out of there, well, it's definitely the great place to start, the Green Box Detox. If you're interested in that, just send me an email, greenboxdetox@gmail.com. Pretty simple. Okay. I made it rhyme so you'd remember it. Wow, 30 grams at one time. Wow. Why would you even attempt to do 30 grams? That's pretty ballsy, man. Yeah, my face is a little thinner. Probably lost a few pounds. Yep, probably. I'm kind of, it's been a real ride for me personally. Maybe you can relate to this. Like, I'm really, over the past few years, I've really detached from my ego, and it's been the hardest thing ever. I was much bigger, bodybuilding, competing. You get a different look. You get different respect from people. I like my face a little bit more fuller, but when you don't consume a lot of calories, that's the payoff. But I'm totally okay with that. I'm like, whatever, it is what it is, man. I hit 50 in 6 months. Paradigms are changing for me. My priorities are much different now. I'm really going to be throwing it into 6th gear to helping as many people as I can going into my 50 and whatever that looks like. Question, please decode 0. 0's 26. Great 0. It's tied to the number 26. 26 is tied to the Tetragrammaton. 26 is tied to the house that rules. The word house equals 26. The house always wins. Yeah, it's the 0 that always wins, which is the cosmic egg. Everything comes and goes from that. The black hole, you can attribute to that, et cetera, et cetera. Decoding using the primes is next level. Oh, you are very welcome. Yeah, thanks everybody for supporting that. Like 2 of my biggest decode drops, barely got any views compared to the other ones. How to decode with the primes, and then how to decode with the sine and cosine waves. And I just made a new cipher today on the composite numbers. So we have the primes and then we have the composite. So I'm still kind of tinkering around with that. Working on creating our own. Me and Jordan from Waters. A big shout out to Jordan of Waters Above Crypto, my great friend Jordan. Please get over, subscribe to his channel, man. Does a Friday every week, and man, he just an awesome voice to listen to. Big shout out to him. Big shout out to Nigel and Harry doing their work over the Devil's Playground. Just listen to their podcast number 125. Check out their stuff. Big shout out to Jason from Archaics, Santos Bonacci, and Danny, and everybody over at Syncretism Society. Was just over there yesterday. I was kind of bored on yesterday's podcast though, but because they were talking kind of about, Maya and the Matrix, and I'm just really, Anyway, it was kind of interesting. Oh, Jordan is in the house, man. So give some love to that guy. Waters Above Crypto. Just click on his thing and just go subscribe and take his master class. And he's a gem, man. Well, you need to follow gems. He's the gem. One of the gems. Yeah, Jordan does have incredible live streams. He gets like 600 viewers now, man. I don't pull that in. Not that I'm jealous. But he's got I think his last live stream, 600, man. That's incredible. It's insane. The audience that he entertains. That's awesome. That's why he has the following he does, because people resonate with his voice. He's not kind of really raw and visceral like I am. I just lay it out. Some people don't like my voice. They don't like the way I said it. I get these emails stop saying folks. It's man, should I come over to your house and critique what you're doing, what I don't like about you? Why don't you go out there and be a content creator? I'm going to continue to say folks. It's just, and here I am with my Bugs Bunny. My Bugs Bunny deck. That's all, folks. That's what it's all about. It's all about that's all, folks, because that's coming up, folks. The apocalypse. Check out our Let's Talk About the Apocalypse, me and Jordan. My last podcast. And the gems we dropped in that one, that was a lights out great podcast. You sound like Bob Odenkirk. I don't know who that is. Yeah, see, folks, it's just, I don't understand people. Like I said, I'm not picking on anybody. I got this one message from a subscriber, and I appreciate the subscribers. It starts off with oh, Logan, I love your research, but can you stop saying folks? How about just you like my research, okay? Just keep you're not everybody's gonna like everything. They're gonna my look. Someone's not gonna like my beard. Someone's not gonna like my hair. Someone's not gonna like the way I speak. Someone's not gonna like the way I raise my voice. Someone's not gonna like the way I yell. It's always something. And I'm just man, do you go to a concert and then you go backstage and pull the guitarist inside and say, you know what, dude? I just didn't like the way you played that guitar solo, man. You think you can maybe shorten it a little bit? It's dude, get the F out of here, man. Kick some rocks, brother. Go to somebody other concert. Go play a guitar first. Fucking morons. I'm telling you, man, it's just crazy. These people, they come out. It's just man, you have nothing better to do? It's not being it's just, folks, we critique people in our minds all the time. I do it. We all do it. Like, oh, that sucks, or I don't like that, or yeah, but it's like, it's the next stage is actually going there and saying, hey, yeah, I got to tell you something. Well, I didn't ask you. I'm an artist, folks. That's what I am. I'm an artist. I do all my own graphics, all my own videos. I mean, yeah, I grab things from free stuff, and I have a lot of favorite artists and music, but my production's my production. I do it all. It's all in-house. So I'm taking the occult and I'm making art out of it. And it just so happens I decode. That's it. So, parasites. Yeah, we're all parasites. Every single one of us here, we are a parasite. I know that some of you are like, no, I'm not a parasite. Well, do you wipe your butt? And do you wipe it with leaves, or do you wipe it with toilet paper? Well, you probably are someone who's a humane human being. You probably wipe it with toilet paper. Well, what do you think toilet paper is made from? Trees. So you're consuming off Earth, and you're a parasite. The Earth is the host. It's okay, folks. It's just okay. That's just the way this reality works. You know? I appreciate all your comments. Appreciate all your comments, all the love. I appreciate it. What's up, Ethan? Ethan Ruckers saying, can I accentuate my S's a little more? Yeah. Somebody had asked me, speaking of that, someone commented on a video that I had done about, they're just asking, genuinely interested in, I noticed you left, you leave some of these words off, like game of life and the game of life, and then, or you add an S on and you make something plural. What happens to the word? Well, you got to know what the letter means. That's why you got to get into numerology. The letter S stands for the sign. Anytime an S is added on to a word, it makes it more than one plural, because then it adds the magnetic sine wave to it. That's what it does. It gives it energy. It makes it magnetic, electromagnetic, the S is. That's why it's the 19th letter. And the word battery equals 19. This is why you got to get into numerology, the science of numbers. And then, like, every letter and every number has a personality. Just like you and I. They may not have a heartbeat and lungs and kidneys, but numbers and these are all archetypes. That's why we can properly synchronize everything. Yeah, Max, good to have you. Yeah, leave out any words ending in S. Q Joe Mishler. Well, you can send me an email. So I just want to be very transparent and crystal clear and raw. I'm not a fan of email. I get a lot, and I make it very publicly known I'm not a fan of email, because if you had my emails and you had to go and reply to all of them, which I try to, you got to type away. It just takes hours, and it's not fun for me. That's why I do these like interactions like this. I may even do some phone calls, maybe. We'll see. But you can send me an email and ask me questions, and I may keep it very brief. Right? That's why I do these what's your questions, because I see the questions here and I can answer them. It's just easier to do it, this level of communication here. And texting and just when I use my WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, I use voice messages mostly. And then I try to keep those rather short, because then people will be like, oh, you use voice messaging? Awesome. And then they'll sit there and blast you with a 20-minute voice message. And I'm like, oh my God, there's no relief. How do we get conscious of stuff like this, man? Value people's time. It's just hilarious, man. Anyway, just trying to find the copy. I've been watching a lot of stand-up comedy. Man, and if you want to laugh your ass off, go check out some Bernie Mac. That dude, man, I forgot how funny that guy is. That dude is, he was on a different level, man, that dude. Bernie Mac, guy is funny. What's up, Maya? Will I be pulling cards? I probably will, yeah. Shannon Ann, but you want email for the Green Box Detox. Yeah, if you're interested in the Green Box Detox, send me an email and request, hey, I'm interested in the upcoming Green Box Detox. And I have, like to save me time. I mean, I wrote a long email. It took me a while to write it all with the disclaimer and everything. And then I copy and paste that. I put your name there, but I don't have time to write an individual email to every single person. I would never get anything done. Last time we did the Green Box Detox, 200 plus emails from people. And I had to do them one by one. That's a lot of time I got to put into that. Right? So I'm trying to I got other stuff to do. And so you try to maximize your time, minimize your efforts. What is the Green Box Detox? So I created this detox about 10 years ago, and I came out with it a few times. It wasn't called that at the time, but I came out with it through word of mouth, and I would bring people on, and I would coach them through a 22-day journey it's now called the Green Box Detox. And it's involving, drinking your food pretty much. There are some soups involved, some steamed vegetables, but it's going just completely plant-based for 3 weeks. And it gives your body a break. If you're looking to get into detoxing, if you're you've never tried it, or you don't have to do the water fast, the master cleanse, 7 days, cayenne pepper, lemon, that's really extreme. This is very gentle, but we just finished. About 35 of us just finished on the 13th of August. Yeah, I'm still going kind of with mine, but Gypsy, do I think it's possible to ascend out of the matrix? Well, let's hope so. I think it's possible. I really do. However, I think that most people will not. If there is such a thing, I'm just going to keep it really raw and transparent here. Most people will not. And why is that? Because it's very challenging to do. Very small few people will maybe get that chance. I'm not attached to it. Because I'm not I like the whole aspect of Buddha, and the root of all suffering is expectations. So if you could just let go of that and just do the work, check things off the list. Now, interestingly enough, you asked that question. I have a podcast coming out this Thursday. Please go to my channel and click on the notification button. And I will remind all of you as well, if you're subscribed to my channel, if you're subscribed to Jordan's channel, if you subscribe to The Devil's Playground, Nigel and Harry, or Archaics, or Syncretism Society, or sometimes you have to unsubscribe and then subscribe again. Then you got to hit the bell notification. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Maybe they're just having an influx of people coming to their system. Maybe they're doing resets. I don't know. It is a technology. So a lot of people I hear, and this is speaking from experience, I didn't even know you were doing a video. I'm not getting your notifications anymore. It doesn't mean someone's trying to shadow you, or it just maybe the technology's jacked up. So you go unsubscribe from the channel. Just go to my channel, hit the subscribe button, unsubscribe, then hit subscribe again, then hit the bell notification. That's a really important one to get notified. So this Thursday, I have my first premiere with a friend who I found to be very special. A new friend of mine, her name's Ola. She is from the great country of Poland, and she has been residing in the Arctic, way up in the northern parts of Norway. pretty much you can't get any farther north, where kind of the leprechauns hang out. And she was introduced to me by Sam. Big shout out to Sham and Rise Above podcast. He kind of put us together, and we were talking about the same thing, like how to get out of here. And so, after a few phone calls and Zooms, looking at our charts are very similar, our astrological charts. So we decided to just do a podcast, and we did a podcast, and it's going to premiere this Thursday. So make sure you check it out. It's I think it's like an hour and 20 minutes, not that long. It is video, so you can see our faces. But she's a wizard, man. I mean, she's just got a lot of great information. She's a Babylonian astrologer, so she doesn't really follow the Western, the tropical. But that's the whole topic, how to exit the matrix. And I think there will probably be a part 2 because there's so much information to this. And what's very fascinating, ladies and gentlemen, is that my research to date right now, decoding Westworld, and here we are on what's your question number 40, and Westworld is the number 40 in numerology. The research that I have found, it all leads to the moon. Okay, Westworld, and I'm going to show a few slides, but this all leads to my prison planet, and even Santos talks about the portals and how we got here, and I think it's very, very plausible to think that the way into this game is by way of Luna, and we become lunatics down here, and it's the moon. And you got this movie that just came out last year called Moonfall. But the Earth and Moon together in numerology equal 40. So, and what was so interesting is that this research of mine decoding Westworld ended up leading to, on the periodic table, it led to polonium. And polonium is tied to the moon. And polonium, it was discovered in Poland, and I just did my first podcast with Ola, and she's from Poland. So there are no accidents. We're getting closer and closer. All of us right now are being put into your tribe. And the thing is, folks, I honestly believe that the truth that will emerge from the great reveal called the apocalypse will be that you're in a movie. And you're just playing out your role. Like I have been saying for years now, but I can't say it as defined as I can right now, confidently. You're in a movie. And you're not in control of it. I'm sorry to tell you, if you think you are, I don't think you're correct. That's my opinion, though. Do we have free will? Maybe. And I say that with a big if. So this upcoming Decoding Westworld will be one for the ages, one for the record books. It will blow your doors off, I promise you. It will be released probably next week, late next week. I will do a premiere with that one. I'm going to be traveling this coming week, so I got to spread my decodes out. That's why you're not going to see a lot of decodes over the next month from me. Just letting all of you know. Trying to get some. They're going to be premieres because I want to disconnect a little bit. I've been so engrossed in technology, and every time I sit in front of the computer, I get electromagnetic frequencies. Not healthy for me. I do a lot of it, folks. I sit in this chair, in front of this thing, more than I could begin to even tell you. So Bowley 622, I didn't say there wasn't any free will. I said maybe. I didn't say exactly. I didn't say yes or no. I said there could be, there could not be. I'm not opposed to it. I've said this so many times. But please, refrain from using these ridiculous adjectives describing what I said. Just be a little bit more nicer with your delivery. And again, you have selective hearing. I never said there wasn't any free will. I said if. I say it with a big if. Just try to keep it. This is all love here, man. I'm with Jordan, and it's all about love in here, man. And if you're gonna be a ding dong, well, you're not welcome here. So you might as well just exit out of here. You don't have to agree with what I say, but just, your delivery and the way you use your words. Like I've been axing many people. And it's just not, and then they come back like, oh, well, I can't say what I want to say. Well, you could say whatever you want to say, but folks, if you had cancer in your body, would you just sit there and take it? Would you do anything about it? No, if you get sick, you do something about it. There's a toxicity comes my way all the time, and I'm not going to deal with it. Axe that shit. See you later, bye. I have no quarrels over it. I don't care. I got a lot of friends here. A lot of people that are, and I'm not trying to, mute people. But if people come in and they're just assholes, forget it. That's toxic. I don't hang around with toxicity. Yeah, it is. It's okay to disagree. And, look, over the years, I've been challenged with my Mars placement, my Rahu placement. So I've been an asshole to people. I have. I will admit that for sure. But the challenging part for me as a decoder and the levels that I go down is that I'm decoding with trigonometry. And then there's people that have just started using the 4 base ciphers and they're like, oh, that's not right. Or that doesn't, I don't agree with that. And I'm like, okay, see, if you're going to put your opinion in the comments, awesome. But the best thing to do if you're going to put your opinion in the comments, at least support your opinion. I'm not a guy who, that's why I do videos. Because when you watch my videos, I put the disclaimer in the beginning saying these are my opinions and truths. That's first and foremost. I tell you right at the very beginning. And then as I go through my presentation, I back up what my decodes are with connecting all these modalities. So it's great to read a story in a book or go to church on Sunday and say, oh my God, the pastor, what he said was just so profound and that's the truth. And then go regurgitate that back onto somebody else without any support. Well, the pastor said it. Or this book was so amazing. I'm not into that stuff, folks. I am the doubting Thomas. I am the doubting Thomas. Because there's all illusions all around you. This whole entire reality is an illusion. So I'm the doubting Thomas, man. I'm the guy who said, you got to prove it. I'm not into opinions. All right, so let's keep it cool, man. Don't take anything so personal, folks. I'm just really raw, visceral. I'm at a stage now where it's just, we're kind of at the tail end of this, really. You're going to have the great reveal. I'm telling you, I know it's coming. I know it's coming. So, Boli, my last comment, I'm not mad at all. I'm very, how would you say, I'm very colorful and passionate about what I do. So I'm not mad at all. I just wanted to get some things out there, it's been on my mind, the things that I see from subscribers and for people that, it's interesting. My analytics, when I get negative subscribers on a video, well, I like the negative. I like people that unsubscribe. Trims the fat for me. As you should as well. Some people out there, they're toxic and you're too nice to cut the cord, but then they cut it for you and you're like, oh, thank God. Right? Thank God. Because you didn't want to do it. You didn't want to be the bad person. Right? You didn't want to make them feel bad or whatever. So you were being loving, right? But you were still holding on to a toxic individual in your life. And then they finally cut the cord and you're like, oh, thank good riddance. Thank God. So some people do it for you, but at this stage of the game, again, if you got cancer in your body, you're going to cut it out. If you have any toxicity in your body, you're going to cut it out. You buy a brand new car and you drive it off the lot and it's pristine. It's wash, wax, everything. You want to keep it that way as long as you can. You get a white pair of sneakers and they get dirty. What do? Those of you that own a white pair of shoes, every one of you have done this. You buy the brand new shoes, they're all white. And you wear them out. And you come home that night and you look and there's some dirt on the shoe. What do? You know what you'll do? 99.9% of you, you'll get a rag and you'll try to clean it off. That's removing toxicity. Over time, you'll conform to the shoes and then you will start paying less attention to the scuffs and the marks and the spaghetti sauce stains on it and whatever else you dropped on it. And then you're ready for some new shoes when they get too dirty. That's life, man. That's life. All right, so let me just show all of you, because this is what's your question number 40. This is a big deal. 40 tied, the word apocalypse, as Stephen had pointed out. This is what I love about you great decoders. Folks, I go through my older decodes and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about that. I wish I would have included that in something else. There's just so much depth to this. So a lot of you decoders are in my decodes because you remind me of things. Or you show me something that I never saw before. So big shout out to all of you. So today is this card. August 21st, 2022. This is the card. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. Excuse me. Today's the 6 of clubs, but this is card 40. This is card 40 tied to Westworld. So what does this mean right here? What does this card mean? Well, we want to get a picture of this. Now, the Ace of Spades is the most infamous card in the deck. If you have a deck of cards and you look at the Ace of Spades, typically it's the only card that has some kind of graphic not on any of the other cards. The Ace of Spades. Motorhead sang that song, the Ace of Spades. What is it about the Ace of Spades? Ace is the one, it's the pyramid. And the spade suit is the representation of Earth. Okay, it's the representation of Earth. So people that are the spades, these people are heavily designed around seeking out spiritual enlightenment. Not that just even if you're not, if you're a heart, you don't have to be a spade, but the spades represent Earth. They represent the spiritual matters of Earth. So you will seek it out, like the very aspects of how this reality works. And it's card number 40, and this is tied to the 4 worlds talked about in Kabbalah. And it's tied to Westworld. So it's the very first card in this lineage of this suit, the spades. And this points upward. When you look at the spades, it points upward. And the hearts point down. Here's the heart. Here's the opposite. See, the hearts point down. The hearts are fire in this card system. And then the spades point upwards. Complete opposite. So you have fire and you have earth. Fire and earth. These two. So Westworld is this card right here, 40. Now there are 4 cards in the lineages of Westworld. There are, for most of you, there will be 4 primary cards, and then your 5, including your planetary ruling card. But just the 4 primary cards are what I'm looking at here. And oh my Lord, do they tell the story about Westworld. And perhaps how we all got here. And what life looks like for us. You know, the whole story of Prometheus is in Westworld. Prometheus being the Titan who stole fire and gave it to the humans. What is fire? Knowledge, wisdom, secrets of the world. And if you weren't given that, you would just be out humping, making babies and procreating and whatever, and just being oblivious to anything around you of how anything works. That's the difference between those of you here that want to know how this reality works. That's why you're here. You have it embedded inside of your implant in your brain to, like, you really want to know, like, how the hell does this reality work? And I feel like that if you go to the all these great texts talk about, you got the Bible, the Upanishads, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. You have all these, they're all telling you the Quran. They're all telling you the same story written in a different package. So pick one. And you got to remember, man, there's Trojan horses in all these books. There's booby traps. There's no red carpet laid out and be like, this is the only way. You got to figure it out, man. This is a game you're playing. You're playing a game, folks. It's called life. So the 4 primary cards, I just want to show all of you really quickly. Let me just show you my chart, just so you can follow along, and then I'll get back to some of your questions, and then I'll get to some Westworld sneak peek preview stuff. So over to the right-hand side right here, all these collection of cards, this is called your Master Life card, otherwise known as your Ego card, this side. So you locate your card here. All of you should have this graphic by now. If you don't have it, just send me an email. I'll send it to you. Just request it. decodeyourreality@gmail. Okay? And then you have over here to the left side, your Master Spirit side, otherwise known as your Handler card. This is the way your mind works. So what you want to do is you want to locate the 2 cards that are linked to your birthday. So for example, and I know this by heart, my buddy Kevin Clark, great decoder, he's born on February 11th. He's got the Ace of Spades card. So here it is, right here. Let me zoom in. This is the Ace of Spades card right here, tied to several birthdays, but tied to Westworld. Okay? Tied to Westworld. And you notice that it's in the line of Mercury. Mercury owns all these cards in this row. And Mercury is the planet of communication. Think of it as your implant, which is what they heavily showed in Westworld, having an implant. You wouldn't have like a cutting your head open kind of implant, but it would link to the all-seeing eye in Egypt. That kind of implant. And so this card right here, you want to find the same card in the same position over here in the Handler side. And here it is. It's the 7 of Hearts. Okay, so these 2 cards, the 7 of Hearts and the Ace of Spades, are the 2 primary cards of Westworld. The movie and the show. And the other 2 cards that come into play are called the Karma cards. One of them is what's called the Karma Receiving card, which is right here in the bottom right-hand corner. It will be, if you find your card, you're going to look in the bottom right-hand corner. This will be your Karma Receiving card. Some of you will not have one. Like the 2 of Hearts below there, it just has the Ace of Clubs. But if you have one of these cards that have 2 different cards in the left and right bottom-hand corners, you're going to have 4 primary cards. So this card right here, the 2 of Clubs, is the card that feeds the Ace of Spades. It feeds it, and vice versa. And then you see the 7 of Hearts in the bottom left because the Ace of Spades is going to feed the 7 of Hearts, and then you just come back over here, and now you have the 7 of Hearts with the Ace of Spades in the right-hand corner feeding the 7 of Hearts, and the 7 of Hearts is going to come here to the 8 of Hearts. Now, because the Master Spirit side, this side, is the dominant side, it would be the 8 of Hearts would start it all off, which would then feed the 7 of Hearts, which would then feed the Ace of Spades, and the Ace of Spades would finally feed the 2 of Clubs. Those are the 4 primary cards. Now, when you go to the tarot, folks, and I'm going to show you guys this. I just wanted to show you that's how you read that. Make sure my music is... Okay. So when you take the 4 primary cards, here they are, right here. Here are the 4 primary cards. This is, and I got a course coming out on how to read the cards. I've predicted the last 3 Super Bowl winners using this methodology. Not interested in making money on it. If that's something you want to do, well, and you figure out how to do it, go do it. But here are the 4 primary cards associated with Westworld, right here. I'm not saying these are the absolute cards that are tied to Westworld. There are many other cards that are tied to it. But using Chaldean numerology and taking Westworld being the number 40, and the 40 is the Ace of Spades, this is the lineage of Westworld. And now what we want to do is we want to get a picture of what that looks like. And this involves the tarot. And now you're going to be able to see perhaps how we all got here with these cards. So remember, the 8 of Hearts starts it all off. And the 8 of Hearts in the tarot is the 8 of Cups. And this card right here is a card about going on a spiritual journey. Now, in this case, you'd flip it. You imagine you're a deity, you're a god, or you're up in heaven. I'm just using these as analogies now, as an example. You're up where the gods are hanging out. And you're like, you know what? That game called Westworld, that looks like a lot of fun. I want to go play that game. I want to go be an actor. I want to go shoot somebody. See what that feels like. So you walk away. That's what this person's doing. They're walking away. And this is a fire card now. So it's plasma. Plasma is first. Fire is first. You're walking away from your spiritual life, and you're now going to enter the physicalities of what it means to be man or woman. So this 8 of Cups, which is from the 8 of Hearts, has to now pass the baton off to the 7 of Hearts. And the 7 of Hearts, which I've shown this a lot now with my decodes of the Game of Life, it's this. So when you walk away as a spiritual being looking down over the Game of Life right here, you then have a decision to make. This card is the card of choices, fantasies, illusions. This is the card that precedes Westworld. You're looking at all these vases and you're like, okay, what do I want to be when I go down there? I want to go be a stone cold killer. Or I want to go be Tom Brady and go win 7 Super Bowl rings. And you have that choice right here. Then you enter into Westworld. After you've figured that out. And then you go into the actual Westworld card, which is the Ace of Spades. The infamous Ace of Spades. Card 40. And it's tied to the Ace of Swords. And you could see the crown at the top. This card means victory. But it means the beginning point of victory and having to go into battle with the sword. This is spiritual, high levels of spirituality and winning it with the crown at the top. But the last card says it all. Because, this is your physical body now. Having to go down and you got to use your sword now to go fight all those battles when you come down here. But then the card that says it all was this one, the 2 of Clubs. And the 2 of Clubs is a air suit representing your mind. So how are you going to navigate through Westworld? You need to think. And the 2 of Clubs becomes this card right here, the 2 of Wands. And this card right here means launching long-term plans, or figuring out what it is you're going to do, making a decision as you have the world in the palm of your hands, looking through the world and you're on both sides of the pillars. This card right here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is the birth card of Elon Musk. Elon Musk's birth card is this card right here, his ego card. So he's tied to Westworld. Okay? He's tied to Westworld. This is the ending point. And this is a mental, making a decision on where you're going to go when you get down here in Westworld. Those are the 4 primary cards, folks. Doesn't get any more clear than that. Okay? Making the decision to come down here to become man or woman. And you're going to get all the stories in the script. You're going to get the Epic of Gilgamesh. You're going to get the fallen angel story. You're going to get the Book of Enoch and the Watchers, and you're going to get the angels and the demons, and you're going to get all these stories. They're all in the script, all of them. I've decoded pretty much every single one of the big heavy hitters. They're all in there, all telling you the same story. You know what that story is? Light slowing down to become physical matter. That's what it means. And guess what light is? And here's where it starts, the moon. This is card 18, tied to Jesus and the Christ. That's why in The Truman Show, Christoph, played by Ed Harris, who also starred in Westworld, lived on the moon. The moon is the keeper of secrets. And this is the 18th card in the deck. And what precedes 18 going down into the whole more, you become the 17, the star. Star is born from the moon. You see, you come in from the moon and you now land on Earth, and now it's time to be the star in the movie. And you can be whatever you want to be. And I have a feeling that this Westworld is going to tell all of you that that's what you're going to figure it out. You're inside of a movie, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just got to play the game, man. I mean, obviously, you don't have some kind of implant in your brain that Westworld's showing where they cut you open and they pull this thing out of your head, and that's obviously science fiction-y kind of stuff. But there is an implant in your brain. It's called the all-seeing eye, tied to the pineal gland. And it's tied to Prometheus. And Prometheus to me is Lucifer. And I got the numerology to back it up with that statement. And Lucifer is the light bringer. He delivers the movie to the world. Without the light, there is no movie. Okay? There is no movie without the light. To absolutely prove that, if I shut off all my lights in here, you ain't gonna see me. I can talk. If all of us went into a room and went into a pitch black room, how much work are you gonna get done? What are you gonna get done in there? Not very much. You need light to actually create action in this reality. Next time you go to the movies, and you sit in the chair, you're in the theater, turn around and look up behind you, and you're going to see the projector, the light, which makes the movie. Without that projector, there is no movie. So you now have light that is the source of the simulation. And it's not an accident that the word light equals 16 tied to the element sulfur. Sulfur's tied to Lucifer, which is tied to sodium, and sodium is what we have in our bodies, and Jesus says, ye are the salt of the earth. These are all part of the script. This is what the cards say. This is what the numerology says. This is what mathematics say. They're all in the script. Like the fallen angel story, it's in you. I've decoded it. It's in the script. And it's involving time travel. I'll tell you that. There's at this stage of the game, folks, there is nothing that can hide from the source code when you know how to read the source code. I pick it apart no matter what now with all these great tools that I have. With these tools, man, I can decode anything and figure it out. Because everything under the dome inside this self-contained system is part of these cards, are part of numerology, prime numbers, composite numbers, sine and cosine waves, square root numbers, advanced layers to decoding. These are all under the dome. They're all part of this reality. So you can call it, Jason Archaics, the simulacrum, whatever. It's the dome. You're inside of a self-contained system. So, I mean, I can show you guys a few slides here just in a little bit, but actually, let me see. Now that I'm on, let me just show all of you a sneak peek. You guys ready? I should have just showed you the slides, but let me show you guys the slide here. Hold on. So here are the two cards that I just showed. So Westworld is 40. This card right here is the 40th card in the deck. Let me make this full. So the counterpart to the Ace of Spades is the Seven of Hearts. Card number 7. And if you use simple math, what's 40 plus 7? Well, it's 47. Bam! And you get titanium. What is titanium tied to? The Titans. What are the Titans? The fallen angel story. That's all of us. It's Westworld. You're in Westworld, folks. You have an implant. It's called the pineal gland. The little voice in your head, that's your implant, talking to you all the time. You can't shut it off. You're not designed to shut it off. People are like, I'll just meditate and I'll just focus on my breathing. Yeah, but you're still thinking about focusing on your breathing. You can't shut it off, folks. And it's called it. It uses you to experience this reality. So it's titanium. I mean, if you say the word 40, which is what Westworld is, it's tied to the number 22. It's titanium. And there's the 47 right there with the weight of titanium. And titanium is tied to the Truman Show. Truman is 22. See, and this is all in the Chaldean, which is why I know how special Chaldean is. It is the cipher of all ciphers to figure this game out, folks. I know I'm a huge fan of the primes now. Another alternative, but the Chaldeans is the best one, in my opinion. And there it is. You are Truman. And what was Truman all about? He woke up, he realized, dude, what the hell's going on? Stuff's falling from the sky, and because he realized, hey man, I'm in a scripted reality here. And then he exited, but we don't know what happened at that point. Maybe that was leveling up. And there's you get the Tetragrammaton, and then you got this guy right here who wrote the actual Westworld movie in 1973. His full name is the 70, and 70 is tied to the number 40 in the string of pi. But I mean, look at this. Titans is 18, Jesus. We're playing the Jesus Christ story, ladies and gentlemen. And everything's out to get you. That's why it's all about persecution in this reality. This guy's name was Michael, Archangel Michael. He wrote Westworld. I mean, are you kidding me? His name was John Michael. John is 18 as well. Baptized Jesus. John Michael Crichton. He goes by his middle name. It's the Archangel Michael, folks. You can't miss this now. 1973 is when this movie came out. 73 is tied to our blood. 7.3 is the pH of our blood. 1973 was the year I was born. That's why I know it's part of my code to show all of you this. Whatever you want to do with it, that's up to you. I'm not forcing anything. Don't really, honestly, I just don't want any toxicity in my life because I have no room for it. But I'm not here to force anything upon anybody because we all have gradients. I was once somebody who had I was involved in religion. I was a Jehovah's Witness from the time I was born till I was 16. I don't regret any of it though. It had its place for me in my life back then. All that matters is right now. What's going on in your life right now? That's all that matters. Not 20 years ago, not 30 years ago, not last week. Right now is all that matters for you. 1973 was the first year of my car. Yeah, wow. Me too. If you're willing to go and decode your life, you're going to see a scripted reality behind you. I guarantee it. Every single one of you. Even the people that are the non-player characters, as we call them, they will be following a script as well. They're just not designed to wake up during this game. And I'm just saying, folks, it's very plausible to think. You see, when you study the story of Prometheus did something he wasn't supposed to do, and that was give information to human beings. That's what the fire was. And then you get into the story of the fallen angels. They came down and they had, it's just crazy because the giants, this is what doesn't make any sense. And that's why you can't take this so literal. The giants, the Nephilim, they were 400 and something feet tall. When you calculate the conversion of cubits and all that stuff, it was like 400 feet tall. How does a 400-foot tall male have sex with a 5'5" female? How's that even happen? That's why that's not what it means. So there's got to be something more to it. How about just the story is a big distraction? How about that? But again, I'm not here to say that, like if you go decode the fallen angel story, they fell on Mount Hermon. Latitude is 33 degrees. So there's something, it's in the script. Whether it really happened or not, it will be written into the script called The Game of Life. It'll be written there. I mean, the Game of Life is 59. 59 is the 17th prime number. Here's the 17th card of the tarot. You're an actor. This is the actor, the star. Game of Life 59. 59 is the 17th prime. This is the actor card. You're an actor. Playing out your little part here. You may have a big part. You may have a little one. Most people have no problems having a little extra part. They're not interested in having a big part on the world stage. Maybe they just weren't given it. But again, folks, I'm not taking away from the whole aspect of maybe having to level up in this reality. So again, we have to take into consideration, we should. I'm not saying there's a hell to go to. I'm not saying that there's a rapture and you're going to be sucked away. And I don't buy into a lot of these stories. Because I know who wrote them from my research, and I know who's pushing them. And the archetypes that are pushing these things are very popular. And once something gets popular, it gets convoluted. Like a brand new restaurant that opens up and it's a fine dine restaurant, we're a 5-star restaurant. Well, do you think that 5-star rating will last a year from now? I doubt it. There will be some people that go into the restaurant to complain about the food, or maybe the cook was sick and didn't make the food right, and the 5-star rating after 1 year gets diminished. And now you're not a 5-star rating anymore. Now you have people complaining. You got to fix it. You go back to that rating again, but still, this is called errors. This is called sinning. This is what it's called to be a human being. This is the whole human being experience down here. But nonetheless, when something gets a hold of something, and then you have, I did this podcast yesterday with Santos, and there was this guy in there from Portugal, and he claims he's the king of Portugal. Okay, cool. So I was asking the guy questions. I was like, okay, well, what's your foundation? Because they're talking about having to defend, and he's like, it's the kingdom, and we're got the 5th empire coming, and I'm just like, all right, cool, if that's what you incarnated for. I would not even want that responsibility. It's so complicated. So again, if you're playing the game like that, you're stuck in the game. You're in Maya, man. You're like a Mr. Smith in the context of the Matrix. If you think you're a king defending a kingdom, you're one of the Mr. Smiths, because now you're heavily playing the game. You're choosing. And this guy was all about, he was slinging the satanic and the Luciferian. And I tried to tell him, and he says, he would mention Luxembourg and Lux. And I'm like, dude, that's Lucifer. And he quickly, no. I'm like, dude, do you even know what you're talking about? But I can't talk to people like that because they just don't understand. They don't get it. Anytime you see the word Lu or Lux, that's why in Lucifer he had the Lux. It means light. Anyway, this guy, I asked him, like, what's your backbone? And he said, Christianity. And I was bored after that. Because he's like, we're the light workers. And then he did mention, like, there's the dark workers. Yeah, well, once you fight the dark, you create a symbiotic relationship, you're playing the game. Personally, for me, I'm not interested in that. Just leave me alone. I don't want to be a part of any of that crap. That's the game, the simulation. That's the collective, as Jason from Archaics talks about. But that guy he's heavily embedded into it. That's not my code. I'm so glad I didn't get that code. Makes me feel really grateful. I came home and I was like, man, I am so grateful for my life right now. I would never want that kind of responsibility. You're talking about the Knights Templar, and it's like, man, dude, I wouldn't want that code. I mean, at this point in my research career, ladies and gentlemen, as being the doubting Thomas that I am and being shown all these things, I would never follow any religion. You couldn't pay me to do it. Not interested. Too many booby traps. Too many what ifs and chances and question marks, possibilities that like, again, because think about it. None of you here want to be wrong, right? You don't want to be wrong. The human being experience is, I want to be right. The human being experience is trying to be right and then proving everybody else wrong. That's probably the best definition of being a human being. Trying to be right and prove other people wrong. Anything outside of what you believe to be your truth, you'll probably end up defending or trying to figure out how to tell somebody they're wrong. And I struggle with it personally. I'm getting better. I'm like just leaving comments. Leaving simple things if I comment now. Sometimes I just refrain from engaging. I've written posts and then I just delete them. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's kind of like, when I decode with the trigonometry and then you get people coming and saying, well, in reverse for real full reduction, it's this. And I'm like, dude, what planet are you on? Like, I only went through general math, man. I got to algebra and I was horrible. I hated it. Now I love math, right? But I was horrible at it. And the thing is like, you can't start teaching a 2-year-old algebra. They're still pooping in their diapers, man. You want to try to teach them like algebra and stuff? This is how the decoding is. When you first start out as a decoder, you're going to probably use the, a few ciphers here, and you're going to get all excited about it. And that's what I did. But when you get to a deeper layer, you realize, like, once you go down that hole, man, there's no coming back. Really. But a lot of people want to play it safe. They just want to play with the 4 main ciphers and stay up to the top. They don't want to attach anything else to it. And then you're going to get really watered down results in your decodes. That's just my truth. But again, everybody here wants to be right. No one wants to be wrong. I mean, if I asked all of you right now, in your life, do you think you're doing what's right? What are you going to say? No? I would say the majority of you here, 99% of you here, if I said, hey, do you think you're doing what's right in life? You're going to say, of course I am. But if you really dissected it and picked it apart, do you really think that's the truth? Probably not. There are some beliefs I know that I right now have adopted as my own that are probably, when it's 1 + 1 = 2, they're wrong. I don't want that in my life, but I have it because I'm human. So when you go through it all and you keep shaving the layers, you finally get to a collective nucleus of how this reality works. At least a more fundamental understanding of it. Let me show you guys something really funny. I'm going to get some of your comments here. I'm going to show you. If you guys want to laugh, I'm going to give you a good chuckle. Okay? This is how coded and scripted my life is. You guys ready for a good laugh? Here you go. And I'm going to get to your comments. So this right here is the Jehovah's Witness organization, their official website. And when I used to go to their Kingdom Hall, that's their name for church, we used to sing songs before they had their talks, before they did their discourse. Or whatever they did, you would sing and then pray, and then you'd have your, whatever they would do for that Sunday. So here are all the songs that they have, all numbered. So I started to look at the numbers. And of course, I'm going to go, remember that when we go to this right here and we type in lights, camera, action. It means it's 56, which is Barium, and it's the movie. 56 means the movie, okay? And so I'm like, okay, well, what song is number 56 in the JW? Because this is what I was growing up. So we go to 56, and look what it says. Make the truth your own. Well, what does that mean? Folks, you're in your own movie, man. Even the JW faith tells you straight up, it's your movie, man. Make the truth your own. You're in the Hollywood movie, man. And you got to make the truth your own. Even the JW faith says it. And I grew up with this till I was 16. And I was just laughing. There's so much more than this, but this one says it all right here. Make the truth your own. See? Look what it even says. The way of truth is the best way of living, but no one can live your life for you. I mean, there's obviously you're going to get Jehovah in there and the Yod He Vah He, but nonetheless, the song being song number 56, it doesn't get any more telling than that. It doesn't get any more telling than that. All right. Anyways, I just thought that was funny. Anyways. Yeah, church is 24. Jesus in the Greek is 24. 24 is my birthday, 2/4. 24 is the X chromosome that we all have, which is tied to the 4 fixed signs of astrology, ox, lion, eagle, man. And then when you look at the, you want to see what church means in the tarot? I'll show you. Get the picture, right? The word church. Church in numerology is 24. You guys ready? Remember, church is 24. What did I show? What is this tied to? Westworld. It's the 2 of clubs. See, this is whatever comes down and creates this reality, and like the wiping of the board happens. Now it's time to recreate a new game again. The game resets, and now you get the world in the palm of your hands. And even Jesus said, "I have sent my angel to the church to give them the rules and regulations." Here's the card associated with church, right there. You can't make it up, folks. I mean, that's it. And it's tied to Elon Musk's birthday. It's just hilarious, man. I love this code. That's why it's so funny when you look at all these layers, especially the tarot, and you realize that the value the tarot has is just profound. The assassination of, if you didn't see my Scripted Reality Part 2, I highlighted the assassination of Martin Luther King. And I highlighted not the assassination date alone, but also I brought in astrology to show you the stars ruling over mankind in his life. Martin Luther King playing out Jesus Christ. His name was Michael, not Martin Luther King. It was Michael. Martin Luther King Jr. equals 53 in numerology. Yeshua equals 53 in numerology. But Martin Luther King's real name was Michael, and you have Archangel Michael. And Michael is Jesus. The place he got assassinated at, he was staying in room 306. 36 is Jesus Christ in numerology. The day he was assassinated was April 4th, the same day that the Twin Towers in New York City were put up. And here's the card that's associated with Martin Luther King's assassination. Right there. They put him to sleep. Took him out. Scripted reality, folks. Martin Luther King Michael King did not have, and his last name was King. They took the king out. Jesus was the king of the Jews. Martin Luther King, whatever entity came down and incarnated into that guy's body, it was representing Jesus Christ. He was about ending segregation, equality for everybody. He had a beautiful script, right? But it was inevitable. It was inevitable that he was going to get assassinated. There was no free will in that. As soon as he came out into this world on January 15th, he already had it written in his script he was going to get shot and killed. Astrology proves it. Most arguments are based on the belief the Bible is fact. Well, again, what is your fact? If you make the truth your own and be like, and you say, you know what, I like the Upanishads. I like the Vedas, which according to all the historians I have studied and there's scholars and all that, the Hinduism has the oldest text. It precedes the Dead Sea Scrolls. It precedes the testaments of the Bible and the Torah. Precedes all those. And then you get into Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. You know? And you get into the and I'm going to be showing this on my Westworld. Again, it brings it right back up again. There's a place there's a terminology in the Vedas. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But the terminology is the collecting place of all the gods in Hinduism and the Vedas. Guess what that equals in numerology? 40. 40. Tied to Westworld. Folks, it's undeniable we live in a scripted reality, man. That's my final answer. But Brahma, in Hinduism, Brahma is 15 in numerology. In the major arcana, and then 15 is the Two of Clubs. And what is the Two of Clubs? Same as the church. It's that Two of Wands. I already shuffled them. It's this right here. This is Brahma, the creator god in Hinduism. You got Vishnu and Shiva, but this is Brahma. This is tied to church. This is tied to Elon Musk's birthday. Man, you got to just start figuring it out for yourself, folks. You know, I mean, it's kind of undeniable to me. MLK fake news. Well, how are you to prove that? I'm not saying you're wrong, but were you there when he got shot? Was he a real dude? I mean, they got him live on video talking over at the Washington Monument doing his speech of I Have a Dream. So he apparently, unless the videos were fabricated, he was a real guy. I think that it was absolutely an assassination. They took him out. He was playing the Jesus Christ character. See, once you incarnate as a Jesus Christ character, some people saying, well, he was hired by the CEA, and they're like, okay, but you're just stating an opinion. which I know I am as well, right? But I'm decoding it using multiple layers. I'm not just taking something I read and be like, oh, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, the CIA hired him. Because we have all these stories of MK Ultra and people being used and Manchurian candidates. But how can you support your statement when you say that's not real? Like I put out my Jeffrey Dahmer, that didn't really happen. How do you to support that? See, real people get shot. There are real serial killers out there. I had some lady message and saying like, oh, they don't let him get away with it that long. Like they don't kill, they catch him before they kill. Like what? There are serial killers right now that have never been caught. And that the thing is, which I will ask every single buddy here as a decoder, and you may want to start asking this to other people. First and foremost, number one, do you believe that there is an organic code? That's my question number one to any decoder out there. Do you believe in an organic code, meaning a code that is not run by man, it's supernatural? And if your answer is yes, my next question would be to all of you, at what point do you make the decision that when you see something in this reality, it no longer is under the guise of the organic code? When do you make that decision? And you say that's not the organic code anymore. Because that's what people are doing. They see the organic code and they're like, oh, that's man, that's inorganic. How are you to make that decision? Because it's evil? Or you call it evil, it's bad, it's not organic anymore? Again, ladies and gentlemen, thing is you can decode anything and it doesn't matter if it's real or not. If Jeffrey Dahmer never was a cannibal and ate people and did all those horrific things that you read about, because there's no way you weren't there, I wasn't there, so it's just going to come down to an opinion. But whether or not it was real or not, it's in the story down here in the self-contained system. Just like the Jesus Christ character. Was Jesus a real guy? I don't know. I wasn't there. There's no way to say yes he was or yes he wasn't or no he wasn't. But see, the idea of Jesus Christ makes him real because enough people have put their faith and their energy into this character and they have made it real. And now it's real. That's magic. Straight up magic right there. Straight up magic 101. Starts with a self-fulfilling prophecy in psychology, and then enough people give their energy to it and it becomes real. Now it has a nucleus. So it doesn't matter if something is fabricated or if it's not. It's still real in this self-contained system. Just like that big thing that happened on the world stage that took many, many years away from people that seemingly has gone and disappeared. See, it just started with an idea. It started with an idea. And then, there was a lot of bullshit that went into it. We all know that. But you see, there was enough placebo that got mixed in with that idea that made it real. And now you created something out of nothing. That's straight up magic. That's how magic works. Carl Streener, there's a new photo of JFK without a head wound. I haven't seen it. I haven't studied it. But you see, again, I've decoded JFK. Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald, I decoded him. See, it doesn't matter if JFK is alive and well right now or if he's dead and it really happened. It doesn't matter because the story that gets created in this reality is part of the script. Just like when you watch your show on Netflix tonight or Amazon Prime or whatever it is you want to watch, and you're watching your movie, That movie has what's called a screenplay attached to it. And the screenplay has the characters. And they got their lines they have to study to be the actor or actress. And when they start to read their lines on the camera and you watch it, and you get emotionally involved with it, what's the difference here? You see, there's no difference when you get emotionally involved with a screenplay that's not real. But you can't tell the difference. That's why everything in this reality, whether we say it's fake or whether it's real, it doesn't matter because it's part of the screenplay. It's all part of the screenplay down here, the script. Alex Jones, his full name in numerology 74. That's Feed the Wolf. He's doing his job. I was going to decode him, and then I was like, I got bored. But his full name in numerology 74. Which is tied to tungsten, the simulation, and Feed the Wolf. St. James 46. I don't even know how to respond to your comment. Why you would think I'm a Freemason? I don't belong to any organization. I belong to no society. The joke is I'm a free Logan. All right, well, just take you out. So St. James 46, you're out of here. Just negative. Cutting the toxins out, man. I have no room for toxicity. Again, these are my opinions and truths, man, but I'm a doubting Thomas, and I'm not into people's opinions, man. Show me what you got for your support. If you're going to say it's not this and it's not that and it's this and that. And then, let's make sure we're doing tit for tat here. Make sure we get the foundation laid down. What is your foundation on how this reality works? That's a biggie, right? Because if we're not dealing apples to apples here, we could be dealing apples and oranges, and that's a very, very big contrast. All right, let's put some... this on. Freemasons are not all bad people. Richie, anything. Absolutely agree. See, remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Freemasons use the Bible. That's their book. It's the same book Christians use. It's the same book Protestants use. It's the same book Jews use. There's got to be something to it. Justin is asking, can I tell you more about the King of Hearts? Well, it's card number 13. It's a fire card, and it's the King of Love. In the tarot, it's card number 49 or 50, just depending on how you view the Fool as 0 or 22. But if if you guys want to study your cards, because it's going to take too much time, and I know everybody's going to want to know about their cards, and I'm going to put in my friend Sharon's website. It's allinthecards.com. Here we go. So I'm going to pin this to the top. Pin, here we go. So I just pinned at the top. It's at the very top of the chat. It's all in the cards. Just click on there and go click on your birthday and go read about your card. You'll get much more information from that. I bet it's 95% accurate. Sleeping Beauty 555. Why do you think being a Freemason is toxic? I never said that. Where did you hear that from me? I just said I'm not into toxicity. I didn't specify a Freemason's toxic. Jody, do you just erase the comment but not the commenter? I don't know what you mean by that. Go into your comments. What's up, Christine? Thanks for the compliments. Jane, thanks for the comp. Miriam. Logan, what are we talking about when we speak of the color white? That can go so many ways, right? I have a decode shelved on the colors, all of them, black, white, all the way. If you take black, white, red, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, and violet, and you do the numerology of that, you're going to get 174, which is tied to Lucifer. And the light bringer, and the light is the human being experience. AJ Native, have you decoded Valentine's Day? I have not. No, but any of these holidays, man, I'm not into them because you're susceptible to paying tribute to the ritual that it's designed around. And I guess that's one of the blessings I got from being raised the JW, right? Because I never celebrated anything and I just kind of kept it that way. And I just carried it through my adulthood, even when I disassociated myself from that organization, even when I stopped practicing that kind of stuff, I still continued to not practice the customary things that are called holidays. And then I did research the holidays, like what does Easter mean? And these are all from the church. So, and I know, like Christmas is a big one for people. But you see, and I know a lot of you ain't going to give it up. I know you won't. Some of you have kids and then your kids, you feel bad for your kid. I get it. I'm not a parent, but I can only imagine celebrating Christmas with your kids and then you finally one year you'd be like, hey kids, we're not doing presents this year. Are you going to let your kids down? No. See, you wouldn't do that to your kids. So you'll bite the bullet. But do you know what Christmas means? The origins of it. Most people don't. Most people will dress their kids up on Halloween and go out on Halloween. Do you know what Halloween means? Most people don't. And even if they found out, they wouldn't change because they're too heavily embedded in it. It's just my opinion. Theta N, I know your birth card is 8 of spades. What's your name? Francis Bacon. My two cards for the rules of Francis Bacon in the English are the Queen of Diamonds and the Queen of Hearts. Mainly the Queen of Diamonds, which is the Manchurian Candidate card. Which is why I'm supposed to be showing you this stuff, folks. Oh, Sleeping Beauty, you said someone was toxic because they said you're Freemason. No, I said they were toxic because of what they were saying beyond that. You just didn't see the comments. But I'm not a Freemason at all. I have nothing against that society. I know people that are. They're very smart people. I have nothing bad to say about any of the organizations. Rosicrucian, Mason, Jesuit, I don't care. They're not involved in my life. Why would I even consider? I don't care. I'm not into the blame game. I don't do the finger pointing, the blame game, because I know how this game works. And the game works by magic. It works by energy and acknowledgement. My life changed ever since I stopped doing the blame game and doing the finger pointing, which I used to do many years ago. My life's got better. Now, I'm not running a parallel life to run like a test trial here, but I can acknowledge and tell all of you that when I stopped doing the blame game, my life got better. So there's got to be something to it. Red Rose, you're asking a question. I'm sorry. If you guys, I wish you could be in my shoes and look at what I have to look at. There's so many comments coming in, and I get on my tangents and I get on my roll, and sometimes I just miss a lot of the comments. So I'm very sorry if I didn't get to your comment. A history person. What is my opinion on the prophecy of the Portugal guest? And his name was Hedler, I think. Well, again, that's the script he got. He thinks he's the king of Portugal. And he believes that his family heritage is going to bring the new fifth empire, or whatever, however he put it. But that's what he got for his script. That's what he got for his code. That's what he's invested in. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, why did you get your code? Why are you doing the things you're doing? Like, I think it's pretty safe to say that the majority of people that are here, you would say that you're awake. You've woken up. And there's going to be gradients to that. But if you look out on the outside world and you go out there and you just look around, you're going to see that you know what life wants to do? It wants to distract you. Somebody's trying to sell you something. Someone wants you to eat something. Somebody wants you to drink something. Somebody wants to entangle energy with you constantly. That's the game. The game needs players. And the majority of people that got the codes that they're doing, like whatever, they're designed to never get out of the game during this round, if there even is such a thing. So for me, when I look at someone else's code and they're completely as what I would call to be they're asleep, I don't state that. I flip it right away and I focus on my gratitude. And I say, I'm so grateful that I'm at where I'm at right now. Because I could be right there. I could be where they're at right now. Whew, that's a long road to get to where I'm at compared to where I was. So I flip it into gratitude and being very grateful in my life. And I'm a gratitude junkie. And I give thanks to as many things as I can in my life. Brush my teeth at night, I'm giving thanks to my teeth. Flossing my teeth, I'm giving thanks to my teeth. I wake up, I give thanks to my bed and my mattress and my pillow and my blanket, and my air conditioner and my air filtration system. Anything that's going to be around my life, that's a part of my life, I acknowledge it as much as I can. That to me is being grateful for having this avatar and being able to experience this game called life. But when you're out there shouting from the rooftops and it's them and it's they and it's their fault, and it's like you're all that attention you're giving those organizations, you're not only giving your gas away, but you could be taking that time spent on pointing the finger. You could be putting it on yourself and being grateful for your life and raising your stakes, raising your frequency. Not when you're pointing the finger and doing the blame game, you're actually lowering your frequency to match their energy. That's just straight magic 101. Denise Leslie, I'm asking for help to help my adult daughter who is stuck in the past. I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe you can expand on that. I'm not sure what I could do to help. William's asking, have I ever checked out the death traps done by the Farsight Institute? I have not. Let me just copy and paste that right now in a browser so that's kind of interesting. Okay, I'll check that out later. Have I ever decoded Zoroastrian, the religion? I have a little bit. That's going to get into Mazda. And you have that Mazda brand of cars. To me, it's just going to be the same watered down. I shouldn't say watered down. I don't want to poo-poo on that religion, but one of the oldest religions, right? But to me, it's just going to be packaged a little bit differently. Same situation, I think. I don't think it's anything different. Joshua, what is the DMT rum with the jesters? Not sure what your question is on that. Freddie Mercury was his, oh, interesting. Multiverse. Thanks for your comment. You said, many of the things I've learned is about energy, attention, and acknowledgement. The issue is you can ignore some people, but they work tirelessly to force. Yeah, it's interesting how people will create a new... I block YouTube. I have no... Like I said, I don't have a problem with people's opinions, honestly. But when you start to say... When you start to use, you know, really strong adjectives and call names and just... You're just a dick, you know? Like, that's when I just straight up, man. That's it. I'll just go and block. Toxic. And I mean, I can see some of the avatars. And then they'll go create another YouTube account just to come on and push, just to come and just antagonize you more. It's just that's got to be a shitty life. If you get blocked and then you got to go create another YouTube channel just to come back on the channel, just to come back and start smearing your bullshit again, that's a real shitty code. Like, what are you thinking? Don't overdose on flossing. No, I won't do that. I love flossing though. What's up, Cranky Beast? It's funny, your avatar name. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, your avatar name, you're putting that energy out there. Just saying. Something to think about. Yeah, I mean, the word religion has the word legion in it, right? Religion. It's a legion. And you're doing it again. That word re is so very powerful. And it's a 185. Re is. R-E. 185. You redo it. Repeat. Recycle. Reincarnate. Religion. It's doing it over again and over again. Do I pray to a deity or your higher self? I just talk to myself. And then when I like usually I have a ritual. I should say habit, not going to say ritual. But lately, before I go to bed, I sit in my bed and I'm giving thanks to everything. You know, thanks for my life, another great day of life. And I just talk to myself like I'm the architect, right? Like I'm the GOD, and it's me. Because that's where I think it's at. And just in a high state of gratitude. And then I ask questions in a state of thanking for the questions being answered. And I ask through the cards. So I don't say it out loud. I don't ask my questions out loud. And I started to do this exercise because I'm like, okay, well, I want to make sure nothing's listening. So there's no influence or anything. We take all that off the board. And night after night of doing this exercise, I get my answers by my cards, never saying a word. So then you would say, I'd go to a priest and be like, hey, Father, how would you describe that? How am I getting answers for something you call the devil? When I'm not even speaking a word and I'm asking questions and I'm getting my answers. I already know the answer. Because I've severed the cords from the symbiotic relationship that I once had with these ideas of the boogeyman. Even if the boogeyman is real, I've severed the ties with it. I leave it alone, it leaves me alone. I'm not a threat to it. Like if you enter into an animal's space, you become a threat. It will maybe fire back at you. So you avoid the threat. You avoid being the threat. And I just feel like when you stop being the threat, you get left alone. Like, why did MLK, if MLK got taken out? Obviously, the lady that was in here earlier that I had to put in timeout, she didn't come back. She doesn't think so, but okay, cool. But let's just hypothetically say that Martin Luther King got taken out. He got shot. It was in his charts that said he did. But I'm not saying he did or didn't. But hypothetically, he did. Why did they take him out? Whether it was a conspiracy, if you go read the whole story of MLK, it was a conspiracy. This guy, Loud, came forth and said that he was a part of it. And then, like 20 years later, and then, what was your motive for coming out 20 years later, finally come out and say something? And then people say, well, he was broke and needed money and the publicity. And that could be a deciding factor of somebody's motivation. But nonetheless, it was all in the script. But point is that when you come down and incarnate to make change in this world, to make the script move a certain way, you start to become a threat. And when you start to tread on people's territory, that's something that you're going to pay the consequences for. And again, then we can get into free will. Like, is this free will? Well, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to free will, but I don't think we have 100. I think it's very minimal. That's my current level of understanding. Is the free will that we have, if we have it, very small. It's very small. Because the script says otherwise. I've looked at my whole childhood and it was all scripted. So I'm just thinking to myself, okay, well, if it's all scripted and all these things happen, these events and people and just things that it's just where do I figure out what's not and what is? But anyway, when you come into this world at a high level like Martin Luther King did, and he played the Jesus Christ character, the Jesus Christ superstar, what do you think's going to happen? Guy got taken out. Juliana, those JW songs are so cringe. Oh, that's funny, man. See, I've cut my ties. I mean, my mom is still in that. And she's a diehard, man. She's a beautiful person. She's my mom, man. So let her do her. She lets me do me. And we have an amazing relationship. I don't have any beef. I have nothing. Like, I know what it is. It's an archetype. The JW faith it's an archetype. Just like if you're Protestant or if you're Jewish or if you're, a Kabbalah, they're just archetypes. It's a big Ponzi scheme down here. North, new to your channel, welcome out. Thank you for saying you're legit. Well, okay. Do you know about life path numbers? Of course. So when I as a numerologist, a life path is your soul contract, right? So, and it's part of your code. But there are several ways to look at life paths. The typical way of looking at a life path is taking your entire birthday, adding it up, and reducing down to a single digit. So that is one way. But the way that I do it is I add up the entire birthday and you're going to get a double digit. And you just keep it there. So, North, you have no, I'm not a 33. I'm a 26/8. My life path is a 26, which ironically is tied to iron, tied to the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. I was raised in the JW faith. It's tied to the movie. That's why I'm showing all of you this. Decode Your Reality is all about the movie. Decode Your Reality is 61. Prometheum is the 61st element. Prometheum was the Titan who stole fire to give to the humans. The fire is the knowledge to telling you how this reality works. I don't know what kind of price I'm going to pay. I'm just doing what I know, what I feel is right. What my voice in my head's telling me to do. I'm not hurting anybody. I help a ton of people. I give a lot of my time away. I help a lot of people. I feel like I'm doing the right things, right? Like I'm a good person. Not some people don't like me, but if they get to know me, I give so much of my energy away to people. I help people all the time. I've done it my whole life. My name means healer. My birth name is Jason. That means healer. Jason of the Argonauts, you know that story. Jah son. So life paths, I don't know how I even got onto, I don't even like talking about myself. See how my brain, but life paths are double digits. Double digits. So what you want to do is add up your birthday. You're going to get a double digit. You can reduce it down to a single digit, yes. But you want to keep that double digit in its rare, authentic format. So what does 26 mean? Well, all of you listening that are curious on numerology, very simple way to do it. Get your compound number, compound meaning two numbers, and then just open up your favorite search engine. Actually, let me just show all of you really quick. So what you're going to do is you're going to open up a browser and you're going to type in whatever your number is, your life path. So mine's 26. And then you're going to type in affinity numerology. And it should pop up at the very first thing right here. 26. So you click on that and it'll give you the meaning of it. It's a good website to start with. I like what these guys do. Because if you scroll down, it'll give you what the 26 gives its energy to. It gives the core essence of the 26. It gives you the three meanings of the numbers. 26 equals 8. It gives you the meaning of the number 8. You can click on that and look up the number 8. So ultimately, yes, my soul contract is based on the number 8, which is the Taurus field. Of course it is. But there's the breakdown of these numbers and what they mean. You can click on them all right here. And I promise you, if you're a double digit and you read about it, you'll resonate with this stuff right here, just this. You'll resonate with it. All right? So that's what I'd suggest you, ladies and gentlemen, do. Figure out your life paths. Yeah, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 26. My life path's a 26. I was raised in the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh religion. I mean, come on, go figure. My mom's still in it. It's just so crazy, the script of my life. It's just hilarious. Doug P., 1 is my redeem. So you're a 28 life path. So you're a blend of the 2, 8, and 1. So the 28 life path, that's what Martin Luther King had, which I showed in my scripted reality part 2. Martin Luther King, born on January 15th, he had a life path of the 28. 28 reduces to the 1. He was officially the 1 life path in single digits. And of course he was. That's the leader. What do you think he did? He was the leader on the world stage, pushing for equality and ending racism. All the things that Jesus Christ would be pushing, he was playing the Jesus Christ superstar. And they took him out. But what does the 28 mean? 28 is tied to the word architect. The word architect equals 28. The word Lucifer equals 28. Jesus and Lucifer kind of seem to be the same construct here. And it's the 2 and the 8. What does the 2 and 8 mean? What does your compound number mean? Well, 8 means power, having to deal with power and kundalini and prana energy and Scorpio energy. And then 2 is tied to duality and working with people. So when you put those 2 numbers together and those definitions, you're here to work with people, work with power as a leader. 28/1. It's really simple. Pretty awesome, man. You guys and gals that have one life pass, man. I mean, you're the fire starters. You should always be leading the way. And you have to look at your other code and your astrology. You may be somebody who doesn't finish projects. So you'd be well served on finding somebody that does and teaming up with that person. Because a lot of you one life paths, you especially if you're like an Aries or Aries sun or whatever, it's just like you want to just rifle through this stuff. And it just maybe not be in your code to finish the project. So you need a project manager that will finish the project or help you with it. But this is like a lot of people, they try to do everything. They're not designed to do everything. So they just don't do anything. But when you really decode yourself and you look at your life path especially, it's an essential part of your code, right? Fits in your astrology chart and your name numerology is blended with that. And I'll just remind all of you, and I got this coming out with my course, but I'll share a little bit of a sneak peek on this. If you're decoding your name in the Chaldean, first and foremost, make sure that you include your mother's maiden name. Don't you do the name on your birth certificate, yes, because you're carrying on the masculine patriarchal energy behind your name. It's in the U.S., it's customary you get the father's last name. Not everybody has it that way. But you want to include your mother's because it's the mother and father, the feminine, masculine seeds that come together to form you. So you could take your numerology of your entire name on your birth certificate, add your mother's maiden name on there at the end, and you're going to get a different outcome. Okay? So just another way to look at it. Yeah, Doug, man, I love you, Ace of Spades. I was married to, my life is so freaking scripted, it's ridiculous. I'll share something with all of you to show you how scripted my life is. I was born in a town called Putnam in the state of Connecticut. Putnam, in numerology, equals the number 28, which is a match to the word Lucifer. Now, before you start thinking that I'm the devil, let me just go a little bit further. I have all these phoenixes tattooed on my arm. The phoenix, and I got these when I was not awake, or I wasn't at the level I'm at now. My parents owned a Pontiac Phoenix, the car, in 1976, and it was silver with a red interior. Putnam, Connecticut, where I was born, is on the latitude 41 degrees north, representing the past and the Akashic records, and 71 degrees longitude east, and 71 is lutetium, representing Lucifer. My first wife, I just found this out 2 days ago. She was born on 7/1. It's just ridiculous. I could just keep going on and on and on and show you my script and just show you the inevitability of why I'm here doing all of this with you. Because I'm supposed to. And again, you don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't want you to. Be the critic. Be somebody who is a doubting Thomas. Absolutely, I am. So be somebody who's very skeptical. I am. So the very one thing to remove all of everything that you think about me, go decode yourself. Go study you. Because that's this whole, without you, there is no life. Don't you get that? You are the universe, ladies and gentlemen. You, every single one of you, you are it. When you die, that's it. I know that's a contradiction because life goes on, but it's for you, that's it. As this avatar, you are the universe. So go study yourself. Go study your script. Figure out what the hell you're doing here. Go study your power. It's a lot of fun and it's very rewarding. If some of you don't have birth certificates, then you just got to go with the name that you know. Some of you who are adopted, that's totally fine. That's part of your script. Some of you get married, you take on your last name of your husband or your husband, that'll change your script as well. But nothing will supersede your birth certificate name. Because you trace it as far back as you can to the origin of when you popped into this world out of the womb. And for those of you that don't know your times, I get this a lot. So I do readings. So, I have a pendulum. I use this right here. I can put it over my hand and I can do a technique called dowsing. It's a form of kinesiology. And this thing, you can ask it questions and it'll go yes or no, and then it'll move in a counterclockwise, clockwise position. It's very accurate, but it's not 100%. So those of you, and I can figure out people's birth times with this, but I don't like to guarantee the time. But if you want to read your astrology chart and you don't have your birth time, try to do your best to figure out, just go on a long walk, ask your higher self, what time was I born? Was I born start doing was I born in the morning? Was I born at night? And then, I was born at night. Okay, cool. So was I born after 6 p.m.? Was I born before 3 p.m.? And then when you finally come to the realization of the time you think you were born, then you go put that in the astrology calculator and get your chart. Now, the thing that may be wrong will be the house placements. Okay? The house placements may be wrong. But the planet placements probably will not be because they move so slow. Now, the moon may be the only one that may be in a different position if you get your time wrong. That's it. But everything else, your Pluto, your Sun, your Mercury, your Jupiter, these will all be in their zodiac signs. No matter if you put 12 noontime, 7 p.m., they will show you what zodiac sign they're in. And then you can read from that energy, combining the zodiac sign and what the planet is sharing that space. So all of you should be doing this because it's your default. It doesn't, and I'm not saying you should follow it to a T. Matter of fact, my premiere of let's talk about exiting the Matrix, and I talked with Ola, who's a Babylonian astrologer. She thinks that there's a way to find out how to get out of the Matrix, and she's not a fan of the Western astrology. But nonetheless, you're going to be able to hear all that during our discussion. A lot of truth bombs in there coming out this Thursday. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I put a video out, how to decode yourself, and almost 70,000 of you. Thank you, everybody that has subscribed. It's free. It's an hour long, hour and 5 minutes. The video I dropped is an hour and 5 minutes. And if you want to talk about my life being scripted, the words great architect of the universe equals 105 in numerology. And it's how to decode yourself. So where do you think the ideas are coming from? I got one coming out for September 11th, a short one. And if a fellow decoder and subscriber sent me something on the artist known as Sting, who played for the Police. She shared a song with me. I'm not going to show it now because it's going to come out for September 11th. It's going to be a short and sweet one because I've already decoded a lot of that. But I'm going to show you how a song in 1993 is tied to that horrific event in 2001. 8 years later. showing you the pattern. And Sting got used to sing the song that meshed up with that event on that day and didn't even know it. So folks, I mean, if someone actually thinks that, you know, like then you go into the whole aspect of like life, like why is suffering allowed? And I forget, take that completely off the table. Why is your mind being used? Why is that allowed? I mean, Sting sang the song. He's not trying to screw you over. He's a freaking musical artist singing a song. Love singing and making music. You should decode the depths that you can decode. Your name, your full birth name, your last name, your mother's and father's last name put together alone. That'll be a number. Where were you born? What hospital were you born in? You can decode not only the numerology of the hospital, their phone number. If their phone number's been the same, you can decode that. The address, the latitude, longitude of the hospital, the road that it's off of, the highway that it's closest to. What route is it off of? What county is it in? What was your high school mascot growing up? How many kids were in your graduating class? Folks, it's endless. And if you're willing to do it, I'm telling you, you will see a script that was playing out in your life and it continues to play out. Sidereal or tropical? Both. Both of them. Bowley, you and Zach have a completely different view on who is in control of the world. Why should I believe you or him? Zach's a basic decoder. That's not putting him down, but he just uses the 4 base ciphers. He won't even use Chaldean because I use it. And if he started using it, then people would notice, and that's going to shock his ego. He's not going to use Chaldean. That's why he doesn't use it. He doesn't use the alchemical elements. He doesn't use the tarot. He doesn't use the cards of illumination. He doesn't use sine and cosine waves. He doesn't use trigonometry. He doesn't use prime numbers like the way I've shown how to use them. And what Zach's showing is his truth. So I'm not poo-pooing on we have obviously big differences. He's very egoic. He's been on the reason why I put out the video, by the way, the reason why I did the little baby crying, that was my fun way of kicking some dirt his way. Because he came on my podcast with Jordan, he was a complete dick. He came into the chat and he was just a complete dick. His energy was toxic as shit. And I just ignored it. And that was my response. Because he's a little whiny baby. Because he thinks everybody owes him everything. Which they don't. He's a basic decoder. Plain and simple. He's very good. I'm giving him credit. He's very good at connecting his reverse full reduction in his 4 base ciphers. He's really got an intelligence that's beyond. He's super smart. He's got a lot of wisdom on history, and he can connect the dots really quickly. But what he's decoding is the matrix. See, the Jesuits don't get a hall pass. They are being used just like everybody else. And I've proven, I'm not going to say proven, I've supported it. So Zach decodes the matrix. I decode what's running the matrix. So which is it that you're interested in? Which rabbit hole do you want to go down? If you want to go see what the matrix is all about, go watch his channel. If you want to go see the sports, go watch his channel. Matter of fact, I would check out, I don't know if you know Aaron, but Dr. Aaron's really good. If you know who Aaron is from Detroit, he's extremely good with the numbers in sports. Probably the best I've seen. Probably better than anybody. Detroit Aaron. But if you want it, but see, the thing is, if you are somebody who constantly decodes the tabloids, if you are somebody who constantly is uploading videos about what's going on in the Queen in the castle, and Trump did this, and the raid on Lionsgate, and this, and they're pushing this mandate, and if you're decoding that, you're feeding it. You're just as much of a part of the problem as the problem. Every time someone puts a decode out on the mainstream, they give it gas. I just don't understand how people can't comprehend this simple aspect of how magic works. If you're into the finger pointing, if you're still like trying to decode the Illuminati and it's their fault, you're giving these organizations the energy they need to stay filled up. Because they are part of Maya. They are part of Mr. Smith's. That is their construct. So they're just laughing. The ones that know how it works, they're like, hey, let them do decodes on me all day long. I just keep getting the gas and transmuting the energy. Just makes me stronger. So keep it coming, decoders. Keep decoding the dirty laundry in life. I'll just take it and I'll transmute it. There's a bunch of rookies out there decoding. They don't even know what they're doing. They're just doing it because they're angry and mad. But again, the thing is then there's the contradiction. Why are they doing it? Because it's part of their script, part of their code. Some may never change their ways. You know, again, Zach, he's just doing his job. I mean, he has the card of defending what matters. He lives it completely out. I mean, I respect that. I don't respect his attitude and the way he comes at people and puts people down and calls people names. And I don't respect that garbage. That's toxic. I respect him as a content creator, and he's done a lot for the decoding world. Yes, I won't take that away. But that's as far as I go with that. So, I mean, I did a podcast with him, and I keep it up just because it's valuable for people to see the contrast. That's it. So he does him. If you want to understand if you want to see who's operating on a fractal down in the matrix, you can go study his research. If you want to understand what's running those people, you come over to my side and I'll show you what's running the matrix. And those people, the fractals below. I mean, I've shown the synchronicities in my life and Zach's. Go watch my Gematria Effect news, decoded. For Zach, I showed the organic code playing out in our lives, me and him. And then I just draw the question again. At what point do you say that the code is no longer organic? Because somebody gets killed? I mean, it's just crazy. The decoding world is exploding. Everybody thinks everything's a freaking conspiracy. It's just insane. Someone dies on a certain day, and they're automatically, it's a ritual. It's incredible the way this world is going right now. Everything's all ritualistic and done by the numbers, and yeah, because it's the organic code playing the script out. Everybody would have to be in on the conspiracy, by the way. Every single person involved in the lineage of everything that happened in the events that people are decoding, they would all have to be in on it. That's absurd thinking. So to set the record straight, since I'm talking about Zach, I don't know him. Like, he's not my friend. Yeah, I've talked to him. But the last time he came on, he was a complete asshole. He was toxic. So I blocked him. And then I retaliated with my comedy. I could have blasted him even worse than that, but I decided I would go really light. And I did a fun video. And I got unsubscribers from that video. I don't care. He's good at what he does. He decodes the matrix. I give him credit. He's good at that. He's got a great intelligent memory. He knows dates, he knows calendars, he knows timelines, he knows events in history. Absolutely. But I will tell you this, I didn't learn from him. I saw a few of his videos. He inspired me to do it. He was one of the people, and I've told him this. I've given him credit. I'm like, yeah, you're one of the guys that I got inspired to start decoding. But if you look at my older channel, my first channel, which I can't even access anymore, I was using Septenary back then. And the reason why I was using Septenary was because I was following Marty Leeds' work. So my influence was really by Marty Leeds. And then I started to figure out how everything was connected, and now I have my own methodology. Which I'm not in a competition, folks, but if you go and take the list down of all the things I use and you compare it to like Zach or whatever, he's using like barely anything to decode from. He's decoding the matrix. He does a great job at it. I decode what's running the matrix. That's the big difference. So he does him, I do me, that's it. But I have no room for any toxicity. None. That's why I blocked him. He's a little whiny baby. Thinks everybody owes him everything, and his attitude completely sucks. He's a very miserable person. So if you are a fan of his work, whatever, and you feel like I'm the big bad guy, then go follow him. No hard feelings. It's all good. Don't care. I'm not in this to get subscribers. I don't have a large Patreon. Like I don't have $20,000, $30,000. I don't have all that stuff. Like I don't care. I put out tons of free stuff, man, showing people how to decode. I do it because of my heart, because I feel like people deserve it. I'm not into giving sports picks and trying to get paid for that. Yeah, I do readings, yes. But these help people to find who they are. So there's my long, I don't know how I even get into this. Maybe I'm just leaving it up. Maybe like today's is Westworld 40, and 40 is tied to death and regeneration. So I guess I'm just eliminating the death from my life. Just for one last time to let everybody know, loud and clear. Keep hearing it raw from my voice. I have no hard feelings towards anybody, but I have no room for my life and with toxicity. And I'm not perfect, but I come from my heart space to help people. But I stand by my research. Charlie Freak. I don't follow his work. I don't really know who he is. I know about him, but I don't follow his work. Aaron, you can go onto Facebook, and if you type in Detroit Aaron, let me see if I can find Aaron. Aaron, to me, is the best sports decoder out there. Maybe there's some better, but let me see if I can find it for you. He just commented on my, if you go to my page, if you go to my Facebook page and you scroll down to my, what's your question number 40, the screen on there, he actually posted, it's Dr. Aaron Fisher. That's his name on Facebook. He actually posted, I'm going to put it his page here. You guys can, and I'll put it in the text box. There you go, folks. That was the last post that's his page right there. So I've talked to him on the phone a few times. He's a good dude, man, he's really good at sports decoding. Checking out your comments. I missed so much. Sharna Moss. How can I overcome my depression? Well, it's very simple, because I've done it. So I'm not reading from a textbook, and I'm not regurgitating some information. I'm speaking from experience. Depression will have a root to it. There will be a root cause of your depression. Not the triggers, the root. You gotta go find the root. And you gotta get rid of it. And you can do it anyway. There's rituals. You can write it on a piece of paper. You can burn it. You can do, stuff like, you just gotta make the decision to get rid of the root. What's the root cause of your depression? And if you say, I don't know, well, then you better get busy. Some of you have depressions that are linked to your childhood. Something happened when you were a kid. Maybe you got bullied and you've carried that bullied into your adult lifehood, and you're now still having those trigger points through something that happens to you, but it's not the root. The root is the event that happened when you were a kid. So anything depression is based on, it's just easy, man. You don't have to be a psychologist to figure this out. Find the root of your depression and then go get rid of it. That's it. It's that simple. But you will not get rid of depression if you just dance around and, like, oh, I got to, the triggers are, I'm just going to avoid the trigger points. You could do that, but you're not getting rid of the root. If you get rid of the root, you cut the snake's head off at the root, there will be no more triggers. You got to go to the source of it all. And that may be somewhere in your astrology chart where it's your Chiron. Your Chiron placement may be tied to that. So I hope that helps you, Sharna. But decode yourself. Go to my page, How to Decode Yourself. Watch that video. Rockstar programming. What is the Tetragrammaton to you? Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. It's the Greek word for the Israelite God of the Bible. 4-letter word. Then you trace it back to the Torah, and it's the YHVH, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. It's the ancient Israelite God of the Bible, Tetragrammaton, which means 4. And it runs the cube. Saturn's magic square tied to the cube, the numbers 1 through 9. If you add up the numbers 1 through 9, you're going to get 91. 91 is the word battery in numerology. We live inside of a battery. Squaring the circle, it's right there. The circle's Earth. Earth is inside the square, the 4 points, north, south, east, and west. What's up, Bobby? Much love to you, man. Someone wants me to decode controlled opposition. That's interesting you mention that, because I just had this pop into my mind the other day. It's 94, which is plutonium. So anytime you get the 94, if you see the 94 in your decodes, it means plutonium. It's linked to the element plutonium, which is Shiva, the destroyer of worlds, tied to nuclear war. Controlled opposition, tied to Shiva. 94. 94 is the mirror of the 49. 49 is down in a hole. 94 is tied to the number 88 as well. What's up, Ben? Ben, if you don't mind sharing what group you're involved in. I don't know if you are or you are not, but if you're still here, Ben, FRC. How do you get out of the cube? Well, I think it's a process. Again, I mean, I've gone over this so many times in so many of my other lives. And again, number one, you got to detach from the game. You got to play the neutrality card. Neutral is from your heart. It's always going to be the center point. Like the cube is going to be here, the heart-shaped box. Nirvana sang that song. It's always going to be your heart space. And then you want to be slightly alkaline, so you want to be slightly angelic. You want to be slightly moving towards the throat. 7.3, 7.4, that's where the blood's going to sit, right in the heart space. So you want to use this as your foundation when you go out into the world and you start living out your life. So the minute you get emotionally involved with anything in politics and religion and government and all that stuff, you're going down in hell. Because all these archetypes, they're all in the belly of the beast. We're in the belly of the beast. And if you compare that to chakras, the belly of the beast is the solar plexus chakra, which is below the heart space, which is where the fire and brimstone's at. And it's where all the fun happens. Sex and satiation, and that's all down in the lower acidic realms of the chakras. Red, orange, and yellow. Below the green heart space. So I feel like neutrality is you got to be up here in the heart space. You got to follow what you love, follow your heart's desire, as long as it's going to help people and make a ripple and a splash on the world stage that's going to raise the consciousness of the planet, you're on track. You're on the right place. But you see, some people incarnated not to do that. Some people incarnated to lower the frequency of the planet. That was their job. And it's obvious when you go out onto the world stage and you look at these people, that's what they're doing. Their job is designed to lower you down into the chakras where the acid lies. And you can't get mad at that because that's what they incarnated to do. It's good cop, bad cop, antagonist, protagonist constantly. It's a slip and slide scale all the time. So I feel like neutrality is the way to win the game. You came into this world naked. As a baby, you came into this world with no programming. Zero. And you want to go out the same way. That's what nirvana is. That's what, reaching the transcendent state. Getting off the wheel is eliminating all the things in your mind. That's why if you study a monk's life, they shave their head, they get rid of the attachments of the hair, they abstain from sex, eliminate the aspects of being an animal. They live a very minimalistic life. They detach from the ego as much as possible. It's a very extreme lifestyle for some of these people. Would that be a sure way to get out of the game? I don't know, maybe. See, that's the thing about life, folks. Life is so fun. I have detached so much for me personally. And then when I go and I want to go somewhere and I think about going there, I'm like, oh, that would be so much fun. Like, I want to go back to Vegas. Like, man, some of my most fun times in life was in Las Vegas. Absolutely. Some of the most fun times in my entire life was in the clubs of Las Vegas. Partying it up, ripping it up. I love those times. But at the level of my inner standing right now, I just don't know if I could do it again. And that's the pull, because see, life, the game, Maya, it's like, come on, come have fun. Oh, come on, just one night. And it could just be that one night to send you into a tailspin. And all those years of you working on yourself gets ruined in just one night. Tons of people that do drugs and they quit and they're like, man, I was clean for so long and then I just went back to it and now I've been hooked ever since. So many stories of that. Life is challenging, man. Maya, have you personally decoded people in a session that were brought into this world to bring down frequencies? Yeah, it doesn't take very much to decode them, what their jobs are. I mean, look around you on the mainstream. There's the pick of the litter. Pick of the litter is right there. You don't even have to decode their lives. Again, I did this podcast with this, alleged king of Portugal, the new king of Portugal. And, I'm sure, I'm sure he's a nice guy. Like, everybody's nice. Mostly everybody has a nice side to them. And you're like, well, why? That person's really nice. How could you say that about him? Well, you never seen the side I saw, right? But anyway, you take someone like that who's, if you're going to say I'm the king of a country, do you know what goes into that? It doesn't mean, I asked the guy on the podcast, I'm like, what's your base foundation? Christianity. I work for the light. Okay, great. So he even said that there's the darkness. His antagonist is the dark side. The guy even said it. So what he's done is he's created a symbiotic relationship with the dark side. And he'll defend his position of the light. And that's what this game is. It's like hot or cold. And it wants you to pick one. The game of life wants you to pick either hot or cold. You either work for the dark or you work for the light. Which one do you want to do? I've read a lot of ancient texts and books as well of people saying, like if any of you read The Hidden Hand, I'm not saying it's true because a lot of the dates in The Hidden Hand that came out in 2008, we've already passed those dates. Nothing happened. So you can't take everything so seriously, but it was an inside interview with a supposed Illuminati member. And, all these words in there, the harvest was in there, the great harvest, and what their job was. And he's talking about being part of the negative polarity. And the job is to come here and be someone or part of an organization that is the negative polarity. And their job is to bring down the world. That's their job. To balance the world out. If you just had everybody on the world stage as a light worker, everybody's running around and nobody did anything wrong and everybody did everything perfectly, what kind of world would that be? When you have no challenges, well, guess what would happen? You conform. Why is the new car that you buy when you drive off the lot and you're all excited about it? You have that pride of ownership. And your friend tries to get in the car with the coffee or French fries and bag of food. You're like, oh, no, don't come into my car with that. You can't put your coffee in my coffee mug. It's a brand new car, man. Drink it outside before you get in the car. And then you get into the car 6 months later and there's French fries on the floor in the back seat and there's dirt everywhere. Like, what happened? Because the new car lost its luster. You've conformed to it. And that's life, folks. What you once thought was all shiny and pretty is now dull and boring. I mean, the card to describe that in the tarot, it's always a 4 too. It's going to tie to the box. But the card that ties to, so let me show you the 4s so you can see how the tarot is so beautiful in describing how this reality works. 4 of Pentacles. There it is. So here's the 4s. So the 4 of fire. Remember, the 8 was tied to Prometheus and deciding that it's going to come down here and be an avatar. Like, I'm walking away from this spiritual entity and I'm going to go down and be a physical human being. And then it goes to the 7 of Cups, which is tied to Westworld. And now you have all these choices. Like, maybe you're up in the spirit realm and you're like, okay, what do you want to go do when you get down there? That's what Westworld's all about. Westworld was like, you can go like, do you want to go kill somebody? Yeah, but it's not real. So you make it's all about illusions. You make the choice of the illusion, but then you come down into the cube, and now you're on the circle, the perfect circle, and now you're under the guise of the house. The house always wins. This is the card of the house, the 4 of Wands. See how the people are happy? The castle in the background? 4 means stability. 4 means the cube. 4 means the tetragrammaton. This is the tetragrammaton's card. This is card number 26. Tetragrammaton's, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 26. And it says the house always wins in the casino. So the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is claiming to be the casino. But before you get down here and decide you want to make it a happy home, that's what this card means, you have the 4 of hearts, the 4 of fire. So you're sitting up in this spiritual nest where all the gods hang out. According to Hinduism, they're all in one place. And this is what it looks like up there. The 4 cups. You're bored. You're sitting under a tree. Your hands are folded. That energy right there is you're very standoffish. And you're having this little cloud fly over to you with this cup. And it's like, hey, I got a new game for you. And the character's sitting under the tree and he's got 3 cups in front of him. He's like, man, I've done all those games. I'm bored. And the little cloud comes over and says, come on, man, I got a new game for you. Brand new. You've never played this one before. And then it makes this decision to come down here and play the game. And then you get the 4 of Pentacles, which is the running the water. Water's above crypto. What's up, Jordan? This is the 4 of Pentacles. This is the Jack in the Box card. And this represents Lucy in the sky with diamonds. And this card right here, I mean, this was tied to the game of life. If you saw my scripted reality, it was in there. This is part of that. This is tied to card number 30 and Jehovah and the New Age name of the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. But you can clearly see he's got the pentacles under his feet, holding on tight to one of them, got one over its head, and he's got a city in the background. It's running the matrix. It's Jack stuck in the box. It's like, I got you. You ain't going anywhere, man. And 30 equals demiurge. So those are the 4s. 4. That's why it's the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. It's 4 letters. The tetra, meaning 4. And the Jack stuck in the box is you and me. And if you're a female, you're going to be Jill. Jack and Jill went up a hill. It's Jack or Jill stuck in the box. And the only way to get out of this game is through death, folks. Or if there's some supernatural thing that happens beyond that, maybe there will be. If you watch I just watched it again because it's such a freaking great movie. I watched the Avengers Endgame. And if you've seen that movie, in the very beginning, starts off with Hawkeye and he's with his family. He turns around, his family's gone. Everybody starts disappearing. So what Marvel's alluding to, and again, I'm not saying it's true, but what they're saying is there's going to be a rapture. So these people get taken off the earth, and then Hawkeye he's all bummed out. He's like, what happened? Didn't know where they go. And the next thing you know, they're fighting Thanos and the big war at the end. And at the end, all those people that got taken, they get resurrected. It's really interesting. Let's check your comments. Jane, you're so funny. You call me Jordan. Jordan, are you still here? Because Jane's asking you to decode JP Morgan. I'm just joking, Jane. You've been a subscriber for a long time, so I'm just having fun. Sekhmet. Can you tell me the significance of number 137 for those born with that as their life number? Well, none of you will have 137 for your life number. And if you do, you got one hell of a long name. So maybe you do. But none of you, I mean, are you talking about numerology? What do you mean, the life number? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but if you're, the only way you can get a 137 would be for a long ass name. But 137 is the 33rd prime number. 37 is tied to eye in the sky. It's 137. It's tied to the fine structure constant. And it's tied to the movie. tied to 56 in barium. Lights, camera, action. 56. Anytime you see 56, lights, camera, action. It's the movie. Brought to you by the light. See, the light, the big secret, which is not even a secret anymore, light is the devil. Like I was talking about this earlier. If you're in the pitch black room and you're hanging out with somebody, you ain't going to get anything done if it's dark. You need light to start to do your activities. I got my soft boxes here. My computer's illuminated. My rig's illuminated. It's light in here. So there's activity. And the devil hangs out in the light. That's where you start to see, like, oh, I want to go do this. I want to go do that. And so you have the light from the sun, then you have the artificial light. Light is the devil, folks. You want to escape the matrix, it's escaping the light. So I'm not so sure about being a light worker is the right terminology to use. All right, let's check some more of your comments. What comes before light then? The dark. Everybody that's been born into this world was in the dark before you came into the light. Inside the mother's womb, there is absolutely zero light there. It's completely pitch black. And that's where you grow. Typically, not everybody, not all the time, but the most seeds, they germinate under the soil. There are a few that don't. But the majority of seeds, you got to plant them in the soil. There's no light there. And then it goes up once it grabs all the nitrogen and the fertilizer, and then it starts to shoot up towards the light, and then it will reach for the light to grow. Yes. But the light will end up killing that thing because it's going to continue to go towards the light. And what is light? If it's the sunlight, well, sunlight contains what's called radiation. And what does radiation do? It oxidizes things. What does oxidation mean? Death. Oxygen is 15. The 15th card is the devil. See, it's inevitable. When you come in here, you're going to be faced with death. It's inevitable. The air we breathe, 21% oxygen, 79% nitrogen. If you're a fan of the Nakshatras in Vedic astrology, the way into this game is through Nakshatra number 8 and number 7, which is in the sign of Cancer in Gemini, which is the moon, and Gemini, which is Mercury. Sekhmet is asking birth. I don't know what you mean by birth number. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What time is it anyway? Oh, damn, I missed my freaking grocery run. Having too much fun here. Is the Mandela effect possibly a glitch due to some type of upgrade to this game of life? Possibly. I can buy that. David Icke has been talking about the Hunger Games for the longest time. Yeah. You're playing it right now. Everybody's been playing the Hunger Games their whole life. You're chasing to feed your belly and to satisfy your stomach. Hunger Games. Think about it from the basic fundamentals. You've been playing the Hunger Games your whole life. When your stomach says, hey, feed me, you're running after trying to figure out how to satisfy that. How much free will do we have in our chosen roles? Tied Up's asking. I don't have a clue. I just say it's minimal. Minimal. Felipe, would it make more sense to consider the moment of conception instead of birth? Yes, it would. So you can take your birthday and you can subtract 280 days on the calendar and you can figure out what card you're attached to, which I've shown, and I will be coming out with my course. All these little tips, I'll be coming out in my course with it. But yeah, you can do the gestation period, but it varies because 280 days is the average of when the sperm meets the egg and then gestation harps. But we don't really know. It's just an average. Sekhmet, there's no way your life path equals 137. You take all of your digits of your birthday and you add them up. So if your birthday is December 11th, 1982, you would go 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 2. That should give you 2 digits, not 3. So you're not doing something right. Bruce Lee, can I do a decode on DMT? I've considered it. Check out my Cannabis Decoded if you haven't seen that. That one was super eye-opening. The way out is to the tree of knowledge, which has everything to do with cannabis. Just don't abuse it. What do I mean about abusing cannabis? Using it every day. That's just my opinion, though. But using it every day, you'll conform to it. It will not be the same experience. That to me is abusing it. It's a tool. You know, when you show up to work and you're a carpenter and you have the saw and the hammer and the screwdriver in your toolbox, you don't use the hammer you don't use the hammer to take out the screws. You don't use the hammer to saw the piece of wood. So cannabis is a tool. If you do it every day, that to me would spell a disaster. That's my opinion, though. Love all you guys too. Thanks for the comments and appreciate all the support and feedback. Red Rose, what does it mean if you see a black cube in your dream? I don't have no idea. I mean, if you're somebody who likes dreams, start writing them down. My buddy, one of my best friends, he has a dream log he's kept for years. He has a notepad by his bedside. He's able to wake up and write down his dreams. So if you want to make sense of your dreams, start writing them down. I think it's just really funny because the word nightmare equals 30, the word demiurge equals 30, the word Jehovah equals 30, all in Chaldean numerology. And that Jack in the Box card right here is tied to 30. Having a nightmare. It's just funny. I just think life's funny. Maximus, you're funny. I smoke every day, but in small amounts. Yeah, that leaves out the aspects of abuse. I'm just playing, Max. So again, folks, you got to realize this is my sense of humor when I say this, but I stand on. And I speak from experience. I used to abuse cannabis. I'd smoke every day, not all day, maybe twice a day. When I lived in Las Vegas, that's kind of when the dispensaries opened up and you can get it. And I would just need one hit because the stuff's so strong, it sends you to the moon. But I would maybe do twice a day. I would eat, I would take a hit, go to the gym. I love working out in cannabis. I don't do it anymore though. My body just, for some reason, and I have other reasons why, but my body's like, no, you're not doing that anymore. And then sometimes I would do it at night. But the stuff lasts for so long, especially if you're doing edible. But the thing is, folks, that cannabis has been so, if you get it at a dispensary, you have no idea what you're getting. The toxins that could be in there, it's super saturated with chemicals, and you're getting high off chemicals, and it's being infiltrated into the cannabis. It's not cannabis anymore. So again, if you're doing it every day, I say that's abuse. If you drink alcohol every day, is that abuse? Or would you say that's okay? And then people will say, well, I just have one glass of wine a day. So is that considered abuse? Maybe not. Is it healthy or is it detrimental? So I know then people will say, well, it's got resveratrol in it, so it's good for me. Because I read it in the Farmer's Almanac, and they said it was okay to have a glass of wine a day. But see, wine's acidic. And acid kills your body. So there's a payoff. Yeah, you get a little buzz maybe. Makes you feel giddy and good. I love wine. But it's acidic. So essentially it's a toxin. So you got to be careful on all these things. Like cannabis, I'm a huge fan of it. It's a tool. But I think every day, not a smart idea. Even when I was doing just one hit, maybe once or twice a day, every day, for a year and a half, it's not the same anymore, man. It's like the new car loses its luster. If you stop smoking cannabis and then you just, you went for like 6 months and then you take a hit, it's way different because you conform to it every day. And then this is how I was. I don't know about all of you, but this is how I was. I got to a point where I considered cannabis medicine, which I still do because I become extremely funny. Like I can do stand-up comedy when I smoke. I get in this zone. It's really, I play guitar better when I smoke. Music sounds better. I get it really in the zone. It enhances all my senses. I feel like I would just justify. I'd be like, I'm just a better person. So this is my medicine. And that's what I would say. It's my medicine. And there is not one person that knows me that's really close that would even argue with you on this. They would agree. They would say, I like Logan when he's had some cannabis. I do better readings I don't do it anymore though, but I do. I'm like, when I do tarot readings, man, I am in the freaking zone. In the zone, man. Puts me in the zone like nothing else. But the thing I learned over the year and a half, right around there when I used it every day, I conformed to it. And then I realized I don't like the reality that's outside of cannabis. I don't like the reality outside of what cannabis is. Life started to get boring. So then that was more of an excuse, more justification. It's medicinal for me, and I don't like that reality. I don't like being sober. It's boring. A lot of you don't. A lot of you don't like. That's why actually some people start doing drugs because they find life boring. Even though it's not. But I mean, if you just look at your life and it's just more fun if I have a couple drinks. I mean, I could totally get more social when I drink. That's a known thing. But if you do it every day, it's not the same. It's not the same. But this is just me coming from a space of I've been through the stages of abuse. I've done it through saying it was medicine. I've smoked the best of the best, which to me was probably heavily laden with a lot of chemicals. I mean, back in the day when I grew up in the early, 1980s, man, when I first tried pot, it was like shit. It was dirt. It was just the irony. I'm in Mexico, but it was oh, this is Mexican weed, and it was just, you'd have to smoke a whole joint to feel it. Now see, everything's becoming so focused now. So I don't know, just for me, I mean, I speak, all of you that are here, all of you amazing people, I will just encourage you, really look at your life at this stage of the game now, because I feel like there is something coming big this year. And I'm excited. But I feel like, I've been prepping and not doing it consciously, or just prepping because my body's telling me to do it. So I let up this detox, Green Box Detox for everybody. It was a great success. I'm still going. I still drinking my double greens. I mean, my body's just so vibrant and healthy now. I'm alive. You know, I was taking caffeine every day. I'm not doing that every day. It's been great. So this is a time for some of you right now to be prepared for your body to maybe make a transition that we may end up having to go through some kind of transition. And if your body's been telling you to stop doing a certain thing, that may be your higher self trying to prepare you for the next stage of your evolution, whatever that may be. So I think I'm going to spend another maybe 30 minutes. I'm going to do some carb pulls, but I got to take a squirt. So I'm going to step out just a second, folks. I'm going to put this, bam. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Just enjoy the chat room. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back. All right. Man, I think it would stop coming out. Holy mackerel. Whew. That was like a record book leak right there. Like I should have timed that one. And that's the stuff I'd share with the world. Like, yeah, I took this this piss and it lasted 2 minutes and 10 seconds long. I mean, I didn't think the guy would ever stop. Whew. I had this like football around my waistline in the front of my, you know, when your bladder gets big. Whew. And I just waited and waited and waited, and I can hold it. Like I've done this my whole life. Probably not good for my poor bladder. I'm like talking to my bladder. I'm like, sorry, bladder. I'm always acknowledging my body. All right. Decode your piss, yeah. Oh man, I'm telling you, folks. Yeah, it's the double green. So when I make my double green, and what is a double green? Well, it's part of my green box detox. You get your blender, NutriBullet. You fill it up with vegetables and fruits or whatever you fancy, and then you fill the rest of it up, but not with water, but with juice, right? So it's a double. I call it a double green, double red. So when I do mine, I have a regular blender. I fill it up all the way and I drink that whole thing. It's about a liter, 1.25 liters. Plus I had my water, and I've been doing this whole thing with all of you for 2 hours. And I did that an hour before I started. So 3 hours I've been going now. Jeez, where does the time go? Yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of in this zone, man. I tell you, stand-up comedy, I was watching, like, I'm a huge fan of Bernie Mac, and I was just watching his stuff, man. That dude was just funny dude, man. So I'm just trying to bring more comedy in my life. Did I sit or stand? I kind of had to bend over forwards a little. You know how it is, man, when your bladder's so full you can't even stand up straight. Oh my God, and you're like walking to the toilet and you're hunched over like you're pregnant or you got a bad back or something. It's so funny. And then oh my God, yeah. And then it just hurts when you first start going, and then you're like, oh God, talk about pain relief. Anonymous. I was a quiet one. You did the detox. Very cool. Congratulations for making it all the way through. I mean, this is what I'm still doing. I'd rather drink my food now. It's just easy. My refrigerators get full of celery. This is my current, by the way, and I'm going to get into some card pulls. My current drinking of my food. For those of you that are doing it. So I have a juicery right down the street. Literally 2-minute walk. So I'm kind of spoiled. I do have a juicer though, of course. So I'll either go down there and I get they got the best orange juice. They got pineapple. They have grapefruit. And then they got this green one that they make with apples, celery, cucumber, spinach. They put cactus in there. It's kind of interesting. It's a little sweet though. I don't know how they get it so sweet. But anyway, my current favorite green box detox, my double greens, is I do like a half a head of celery, like a whole bunch, half. I like the English cucumbers, the ones that are wrapped in saran wrap. So I'll do like half of one of those. I don't peel it. I'll just wash it and then cut it, leave the skin on. I do a half of grapefruit, and I do pineapple. They got a pineapple in season now. So I'll cut a slice, maybe like an inch thick, right down the middle of the pineapple, and then I'll just cut that in squares and throw that in there. And then I blend that up, and then I pour my juice in there, right? And then I blend that sucker up, and then when I'm done, I take a whole head of cilantro after cleaning it, and then I dump it in there and I blend it up, and I love cilantro. And it's just so cilantro, it's such a great taste. And if I don't do the cilantro, I do mint. I'll do a whole head of mint. Whew, that one tastes good. But I've been doing like 2 heads of cilantro a day, which is really good for chelating out heavy metals. Cilantro is. So. All right, so let me get these cards shuffled. Yeah, I just like the blender, man. Being here in Mexico, I don't know how long I'm going to stay for. I have no plans on leaving, but like I'm not trying to collect stuff, so I just got a 2-speed blender, an Oster. It was, I have an Oster juicer, 2-speed blender, and I'll end up leaving it probably when I leave. So I'm just like, well, the blender works great, and that's my meal, man. It fills me up. Double green, double red. Man. It's usually my breakfast. At nighttime, I'll throw a ton of raw garlic in there if I'm not going out anywhere. 'Cause, man, you can't do the raw garlic in the morning. I have not got. Yeah. Did I get any shots? I have not gotten any shots. Nope. I have not gotten any shots. Yeah, that's the thing about the juicers, man. You got to clean it, you know. So you want to get a juice. I've said to all the people that were in the Green Box Detox, some of the people that got into it, they just bought a little cheap juicer and they take forever. And so I'm just like, you got to get a good juicer that has like maybe like my juicer is like is similar to a Breville Fountain Elite. That's my favorite juicer. It's got three parts to it. It's got the top, the carriage, and then the collector, and that's it. So you just put a plastic bag in the container that collects all the scraps. And when it gets full, you just pull the bag out. You don't got to clean the bucket. The only thing you got to do is take the top off and rinse it out with water. And it takes me like 2 minutes to clean mine. I got it down pat. But you have to have a really good juicer to take away the burden of cleaning it. If you have a little small juicer and it takes forever to juice, and that's I can see why you wouldn't want to do it. That's what gets people into not wanting to juice. I'm not into drinking urine, man. There's a reason why it comes out of you. Okay? There's a reason why urine comes out of you. If it stayed in, if it was good for you, it would never come out of you. It would stay in. And it doesn't. It comes out of you. You're designed to get rid of it. I'm not a fan of urine therapy. I know Santos is huge into it. I'll get along just fine without drinking my pee. Thank you very much. You might be able to do the enemas. I'd rather do coffee enemas. What comes out of me, and it stays out of me. You ain't going to see me smearing poop all over my face. I certainly ain't going to drink my urine. All right. Let's get... Yeah, Santos mentioned about the garlic. I think it was because I had a double green and I had the garlic in there. Advertise sponsor juicer. I mean, I could do all that kind of stuff. I just... Not interested in that. Like, I just mentioned, like, I like the Breville because I bought one when I was with my partner at the time. We're still best friends. She still has it, and it's been like 6 years. That thing's still going strong. We bought it secondhand off Craigslist. It was nearly brand new. I think we paid $100 and something bucks. That's a $300 juicer. Still works. Breville juicer fountain. It's not even the Elite. I think it's just the Breville fountain. Yeah, I think so, but it's just awesome. All right, let's get some cards. I'm going to rifle through these really quickly. I want to make sure that you all know, all right, because I got to do this really quick. I don't want to spend I could be here for another 2-3 hours. I got stuff I got to do, and I'm leaving this week, so I got a really busy schedule. So when I pull your card, you're going to have to go figure out what it means, because I have no idea what the hell's going on in your life, man. And if I don't get to you, don't get all butthurt, and I'm ignoring you, and... I already see there's tons of people ready for card pulls. All right. So let me scroll up, see if I can get to the beginning here. Who asked me? Oh God, look how far up I got to go. I got to go up 100 comments, I think, just to get to the first person to ask me. All right. So Mary Stevens, I'm just going to start with you. If I miss you, I apologize, folks. You know, I don't catch everybody. But anyway. All right, you ready to go? Let's go, Tarot. Let's tell the world what's going on here. All right, Mary Stevens, we're going to get a card for you. Well, again, if you got any blockages in your life, man, don't rely on the cards to tell you what to do. Go find the origin of your block and get rid of it. It's not that complicated. Trust me, it's not that complicated. All right, so Mary Stevens. Let's see what Mary Stevens has got. So Mary Stevens, we pulled the card for the assassination of Martin Luther King. But this card right here is the Four Swords. This card right here, if you're having issues, just what I said, I didn't even have to pull the card. Bam! Go meditate. Go study yourself. This is a card of deep thought, going into meditation. Sleep on it. Figure it out. Find the source and your origin. If you're having any blockages, what's the origin of your blockages? All right? And if you need more information on that, Four Swords, Teach Me Tarot. Four of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. That was for Mary Stevens. It's really simple, folks. It's not that difficult. Trust me, I'm just going to be the catalyst here. These cards always will tell you the truth. You just got to be willing to listen. All right? You just got to be willing to listen. Okay. So let's get... Kaya Aura with the candle. Kaya Aura. Kaya Aura. Kaya Aura. Wow, it's crazy. We've been talking about these cards. You got the Two of Wands tied to the Two of Clubs. This is tied to the future. And this is the card of having the world in the palm of your hands and figuring out what the hell do I want to do with my life right now. So this is the card of starting over. So Kaya Aura, what's going on in your life, man? Are you faced with some kind of change in your life? But the world's the palm of your hands. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Two of Wands. If you need more information on that, just open your favorite search engine, type in Two of Wands, Teach Me Tarot, and go find all the keywords about it. It'll tell you all about what you need to know about what's going on right now in your life. But that card means, that's the birth card of Elon Musk. He's a futurist. What are you looking at in your future? What are you looking to do? Eddie Machete, you're up next, brother. Nice to have you. Always love your support and your kind words. Appreciate you. Wish there were more people like you because you're a very positive, influential person. Very nice person. Eddie Machete, here we go. Let's see what we got for you, brother. So you get the Nine of Pentacles, otherwise known as the Nine of Diamonds. This is the card of the one who gives. Keanu Charles Reeves, who played Neo, this is his birth card. He's so much a humanitarian, that guy. This card right here is like, having the fruits of your labor being happen in your life. The one who gives. So if you're not giving, maybe you need to give. If you're stuck, you need to maybe give some more. But this is usually the card of, the card that precedes the Ten of Pentacles, which is where everything happens and manifests. So this is an endings and completions moving on to the 10. But if you give a little bit more, you're probably going to get a little bit more. Right? With the Nine of Pentacles. So I hope that helps you. And if you need more information on that, Eddie Machete, Nine of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot. I know I sound like a guy who was at an auction, right? And I'm running off we're doing auctions here. I'm going to talk fast. I can talk fast now with the tarot because I know this stuff. So I talk like I'm at an auction right now trying to sell you something. I'm not. I'm trying to give you what you need to hear because you're asking me. D348. Nice to have you here. So it'd be 4348 because D equals 4 through the English. Let's get you a card. 348. D348. Wow, I got almost all the cards that we were talking about tonight. This is from Westworld as well. Going on a spiritual quest. This is you going on a spiritual quest. Leaving behind, walking away. Sometimes you got to walk away. So maybe something in your life right now is demanding you to take a look at what you need to walk away from. What is that for you? D348. The Eight of Cups. If you need more information, just go pop up. Eight of Cups, Teach Me Tarot. Justin, why is that? I'm having a hard time with your last name. Coelho? Justin Coelho? Justin Coelho. Okay, let's get you a card. Interesting, you have the American flag there. So you got the Wheel of Fortune, Justin, which is the 10th card in the Major Arcana tied to the 10 fingers and 10 toes you got in your hand, spinning the wheel to determine your fate. This is usually a very favorable card to come out of the deck, typically in tarot. It's tied to the house of Saturn and the zodiac sign Capricorn. It's got the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh right on it. These cards were heavily influenced by Jewish mysticism. So they're heavily involved with the Tetragrammaton, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, which might be running this entire reality, tied to Yaldabaoth, the Gnostic demiurge. But the Wheel of Fortune got the 4 fixed signs, the ox, lion, eagle, man. And it's tied to astrology, spinning the wheel to determine your fate. First, you got to use your higher mind, and then you decide you're going to do it, and this is the card of execution. So this card right here, like, what are you executing on right now? And if you're faced with some kind of decision on what to do, make the decision. This is what this card's saying. Don't be diddly-dallying around. It's time to shit or get off the pot. Make a decision. Execute, execute, execute. But it's typically a good card, a sign of good things coming your way. Typically, but it just depends. That's for Justin. Maya, let's get you. Maya, from the Green Box Detox and other things. Maya was very influential. Maya, from the great state of Florida. Wow, another one. Maya, you got another 8, you too. Just as you and D340, I would probably decode D348 and Maya Bashor and see what your numbers come up, considering you guys got them back to back. But the 8 of Cups as well, spiritual journey, spiritual retreat. What's going on with you? You've been in it, man. The green box detox, walking away, leaving behind old patterns of life to the physicality. Maybe this is something encouraging you to do it for the mental realm for yourself. Why is my music off here? Okay. Multiverse speaks. Yeah, I say I have to go take a squirt. It's kind of like kid-like, you know. I gotta go take a squirt. I don't know. It's better than saying I gotta go take a piss, right? That's kind of really harsh, but taking a squirt's kind of kiddish. All right, multiverse. Let's see what cards you get. Wow, you got the 3 of Swords. Now this card right here is so interesting because it has so many meanings. This is tied to the 42nd card in the Cards of Illumination, the 3 of Spades. This card represents 42. Life, the universe, everything. This card represents the game of life. And this is what happens when you come down here and play the game of life. You get heartbroken. It's unavoidable. You may be going through that right now, multiverse. This card, when it pulls, it's very distinct, very denotes some kind of suffering. The good news about getting these nasty cards that most people don't like is at least you know that you're on your way back up. If you are still sitting in the aspect of deciding whether or not you want to pull the plug, well, how long do you want to suffer? Okay? 3 of Swords. It's card 53 too. 52 and 53. Tied to the earth and the I am. Okay, let's get Clone 3. Clone 3? Is it Clone 3? Appreciate you coming on here. Thanks for the support. Clone 3. What do we got for Clone 3? So Clone 3, you got the 26th, 27th card in the deck. It's the 5 of Wands, tied to chaos and order. See how much chaos is going on with this card? It's a card tied to the moon, by the way. If that tells you anything. Westworld, tied to the moon. But this card right here, this 5 of Wands, is all about you have a lot of sharks swimming in your mind. It's a lot of combating going on, maybe a lot of arguing, debates in the family, maybe just with yourself. 5 of Wands. So how do you get rid of this? You need order in your life. You need to tame the dragon. 27th card tied to the 27th element called Cobalt. Cobalt means kobold from German, which means the dragon. You got to tame the dragon. The dragon's in your mind as it raises up through the Kundalini. Lisa, you're still working through the tower. All right, cool. I love the tower card. Probably my favorite card if I had one. Does the upside down pentagram give the same protection as the right side up? No, it's different because it's pointing. I mean, I have the pentagram on right here. This is for my protection. Like, don't tread on me, man. I got my protection right here. This stands for man. This is gold, actually. Pentagram means gold. Because the first 7 pentagonal numbers, which you can put the chakras in here, will give you a total of 196 through alchemy. The top is the crown, it's the number 70. But the pentagram right side up is in Westworld, right? And then the upside down one is going to mean more service to self and more of the ego. That's just kind of how I see it. All right, let's get you Bama Breeze. Would that mean you're in Alabama? Absolutely. There's a drink called the Bama Breeze, isn't there? Something maybe. All right, let's get you a card. So Bama Breeze. So you got the 65th card in the deck, 64 and 65. This is tied to the birth of energy and the Ace of Pentacles. And 65 is tied to the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh again. It's also tied to zinc and going down in a hole and becoming man or woman. The starting point, this is tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza. This one right here. It's tied to the Great Pyramid of Khufu, this card. Because it's the Ace of Diamonds, card 27. We just had 27. And now we have, this is 27 in the tarot, but it's card 64, 65. But this is the card of giving birth to new things. Like the little hand, like, here you go. So what's going on in your life? Like, what new venture are you going on? Giving birth. The pyramid gives birth to new things. Gives birth to the simulation. That's for Bama. Does pineapple mess with your stomach? It does not. It can, I guess, if you eat too much of it, Derek. It's like anything else. Desco Esco. Let's get you a card. Here you go. So you got the 39th card in the deck. It's 38 or 39. It's the Three of Cups. Three of Cups. This card means celebration. So typically, when this card comes up, you're either not celebrating enough or you're celebrating and you're completely in the limelight right now with your celebrations. But typically, when this card comes up, it means get out there and celebrate. Do you celebrate your wins enough? Maybe you've had a win or wins coming this week. Maybe you're starting a new job. Maybe you're starting a new company. Maybe you bought a new product, a new car. Maybe you got a new girlfriend or boyfriend. Maybe you got a new husband or wife. Maybe you got a kid on the way. Well, it's time to celebrate. I think a lot of us don't celebrate. I know I don't celebrate enough. I know I don't. Celebrate, baby. Celebrate. I tell this to Santos all the time because that's his spirit card. I'm like, Santos, come on, brother, go out there and celebrate. He's like, yeah, I know. He knows. But his birth card is the Queen of Clubs, and the counterpart, the spirit card, is the Three of Cups. It's the celebration card. And it's tied to Lucifer, the Lightbringer, because it's card 39, and Lucifer's 39. The Halil, anyway, in the Hebrew. And what does light do when it comes down and makes the movie project itself? Celebration. So, Desco Esco, Three of Cups, Teach Me Tarot if you need more information. I hope that helps you. Christy Decker, let's get you a card. Always nice to have you here. Christy Decker, you remind me of Detective Decker on Lucifer. She's got that. Chloe Decker. Lauren Saint Germain was her actor name. I did a decode on the whole Lucifer show, how scripted that was, how ridiculously scripted these actors were. They don't even know it. Lauren Saint Germain, who played Chloe Decker, she didn't even know it, man. She was so tied to Thomas John Ellis, who they casted to play Lucifer. Is ridiculous. So let's get you, Christy Decker. Let's see what's going on with you. Let's get you a card. Bada bing, bada boom. So you got, wow, that's so crazy. I'm talking about Lucifer and Chloe Decker, and what pops out is the Eight of Diamonds, and the Eight of Diamonds is card 34. This is card number 72, or 71 or 72, which is tied to Lucifer. How crazy is that? But this card right here, Christy Decker for you, the Eight of Diamonds, this card is, you got to get out there and work for it. So whatever it is that you want to do on the world stage, you just got to go work for it. So what is that for you? This is a card of success, but this is like nobody rides for free energy. So what are you going to do about it? The Eight of Diamonds. The Eight of Diamonds sits in the crown line, in the Jupiter line. So it's a card of success right there. You just got to work for it. The Eight of Diamonds. Hope that helps you. And Christy Decker, if you need more information, Eight of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot. Pamela Swan, let's get you a card. Detroit, Aaron's in the house. So there you go, folks. If you want to follow somebody who knows sports and you like all that kind of stuff, he's saying buy some Iraqi, some money, some funny money over there, the dinar. He's been telling me that for years. I haven't bought any, but Detroit Aaron in the chat room. He's very good at sport. He's probably the best sports handicapper when it comes to the numbers. I put him up against anybody. I'm not into that stuff, but he likes all that stuff. He's very good at it. Let's get you, Pamela. Let's get you a card pull. There we go. For Pamela Swan. Oh, wow. Pamela, you got the Jesus card. It's the Knight of Cups, the Jack of Hearts, the immovable, unshakable, looking for love, Knight of Cups. This card right here, man, is tied to the Christ. The energy, just gotta have fun with this energy, right? Like if there was no bullshit religion and all this like fighting and wars, just like there's a dude named Jesus, he lives down the street, he's pretty freaking cool. Like all the great stuff that's talked about the Christ, that dude's pretty cool, man. Like I live right down the street from Santos, he's pretty cool. So imagine Jesus lives right down the street from you. What is he all about? Looking for love. He's looking for the next best thing to keep the game going. See, you are the Jesus Christ character. We all are all the Christ. That's the funny part about it is we're all that. You're the devil and you're the Jesus character. Your ego's the devil and then you're Jesus Christ trying to look for love and navigate through the game of life. And this is for you, Pamela Swan, right here. You got this is the card that's looking for love. You're looking for your next best thing. That's why he's on the horse and he's got his cup in front of it in his hand. He's not riding into battle. He's got his helmet open. He's not interested in doing it. He's just like, hey, what do you want to give me? You're looking for love, man. Not saying you're looking for partnership love, but just maybe a new project, a new hobby to start. Something like that. Steve Crabtree, thoughts on Pinnacles, 4 seasons? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Pinnacles? 4 seasons are tied to the 4 corners of the earth, tied to the cube. We talked about that tonight. 4 seasons tied to the 4 elements: plasma, air, water, earth, or fire, air, water, earth, tied to the 52 cards of the deck. That's why the cards are so valuable. That's why these tarot cards are so valuable. Let's see. Miriam, the juicer is the deal breaker. I'm telling you folks, if you get a really good juicer, man, get the Breville. It's an investment. $150. You can get one used on Craigslist probably. $100. 3 parts. Easy peasy. I can juice a gallon and clean it up in less than 15 minutes. No joke. Then you'll love juicing. All right. Irish Me. Irish Me. Let's get you a card. It's in your script tonight to get a card. So what do we got for you? Well, you got the last card in the... And one way to look at these tarots, the last card in the major arcana, it's the Knight of Pentacles. And this card right here, it's the king of the earth, man. Typically, this card denotes entrepreneurship, being a CEO, a boss. The king of diamonds. Card number 39. Tied to the Lucifer, the light bringer. Because the light is what brings the game to the table, and you can play the game when you can see things. It's really hard to play the game if it's complete pitch black. The light is what is the devil. It's why Lucifer's tied to the devil. But the Knight of the King of Pentacles, CEO, boss. Maybe you're looking to start a new business. Maybe you're going to find somebody that will help you financially. Maybe you're going to have finances come your way. If you're feeling that, then go with that feeling. Right? Irish Me. And if you need more help with that, just open your favorite search engine, type in King of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot, and you will find what you're looking for. Very first website or link should pop up. Click on that. That lady's amazing. Ben, no, I'm trying to get all the questions, Ben. I didn't see your questions, brother. I apologize. Shit, no, I just went up too far. No, I don't know where I'm at. Let's get, Ryan McFarlane, can I do a decode on the movie The Name of the Rose starring Sean Connery? I'll keep taking it in consideration. I have so many decodes that I have shelved, so many decodes in the queue right now. I'm so backed up. So If something comes my way that ends up giving me something in relation to this, then I know it's going to be something to do. So I'll take it into consideration. Yes. Lena Labonte. How you doing, Lena? Let's get you a card. Lena Labonte. Lena Labonte. Let's get you a card. So, wow, that's interesting. You got today's card, the Six of Clubs, which is the Six of Wands, which is the card of victory. It's tied to the sun. This is card number 28. Which that's why I said Lucifer's the sun, because Lucifer's 28. Nickel's 28. Nickel's tied to the sun because it's a 5-cent piece, and the 5th house of astrology is ruled by the sun and Leo. Just so anyway, but it's the card of victory. The Six of Wands. This card right here, by the way, is attached to Bretton Woods 1944 when they moved the United States dollar as the reserves world currency. During the time of that stay in New Hampshire, in Bretton Woods, this was one of the cards that was heavily tied to that. Victory. And it was a victory for that move they made because the dollar became the world's reserve currency after 1944. So, Lena, I hope that helps you out. The Six of Wands is just straight up. I'm going to try to keep these easy. It's a card of victory. So what's going on in your life that you need to just focus on to say, you know what, I'm going to own that. It's going to be a victory. I'm going to remove any obstacles from my mind, thinking otherwise. Gypsy Sash. I know I'd probably skip some of you. I'm sorry. This chat room is very challenging to keep. Gypsy Sash. Let's get you a card. Here we go. So you got the card that sits in the house of Aquarius. It's the Justice card. And this card right here, you know, I mean, what's going on in your life when it comes to justice? Do you need to shell it out? Do you need to trim some fat? Do you need to cut some cancer out of your life? Does it have to do with a friend? You know, the house number 11, the house of Aquarius, has to do with friends. But is justice coming your way? If you're in a court case, maybe justice will be served. Just don't be attached to the outcomes. I wouldn't even advise going to court. It's just playing the game. That's my opinion, though. Jody Ash, let's see. I have to see you here raising your hand, but I don't know if that means you want a card, but I'll just pull one for you anyway. Because you get your hand raised 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of cool emoji 5 times. Matching your avatar. You got the pink shirt. You got it all down, huh, Jody? Jody Ash, here we go. Jody Ash, you got the 7th card called the Chariot, which sits by default in the house of Libra, the scales, which is why you got the black and white there representing the scales. Libra, ruled by Venus. Personally, I think Saturn's more involved in this than anything, because in Judaism, Saturday is the 7th day of the week, and they're ruled over by Saturn. Star David and all that. But anyway, the Chariot means something's going to be moving quickly. Why? Because this is tied to the harvest, which is what we're coming up on this fall. Just about a month away. Rosh Hashanah on September 23rd. But this card moving fast, because once, you know, it's crazy because when Halloween comes, I remember in Las Vegas anyway, when October 31st comes, it's like it just instantly gets cold there. There's like no in between. I know it's different for other places in the world, but it just seems like that's the marker. So when the harvest comes and that's it, man, it's wintertime, baby. But something's going to move fast. That's how I feel the harvest moves. It just moves quickly. So something moving fast in your life. The Chariot. So hang on tight. What would that be for you? All right, so Shiva Shampoo, let's get you a card now. Then I got higher frequencies. Yeah, see, I'm so behind, I know, and I'm sorry, everybody. Shiva Shampoo, interesting avatar name. Do you have a shampoo company named Shiva, or Shiva Shampoo? So Shiva Shampoo, you get the 41st card in the deck. This card, or 40 or 41, this could be tied to Westworld as well, but this card right here is the 5 of Cups. And when these cards are so definitive. When this card gets pulled, it typically means you're focusing on what you lost. And you got to get over it. Because right behind you, there are things that remain. So you don't want to stay in that energy. You want to get out of the energy. That's why I love it, because this is very distinct. It's like, stop focusing on the lost milk. Don't cry over spilled milk. Just, you got it behind you. Okay? All right. Who else? Let's get higher frequency. James Green, 190 card. Yeah, I'm already getting tapped out. I'm already tired. I got to eat. And time is it? 10:41. See, I could just do tarot card readings for hours, as I have done. All right, so higher frequencies. Let's see what we got for you. So you got wow, this is interesting. So higher frequencies. Let's see what you resonate with this. This is the card of Donald Trump. Whether you like him or not, again, we remove what we feel or think about other people. When we look at the game, we're like, he's just doing his job. He's an actor playing out his role. Heavily invested in Maya. But that's what he came here to do. How can you fault the guy for that? So like him or hate him, he's part of the script. And his birth card is the 3 of diamonds, and this is in tarot, it's the 3 of pentacles. See, this is perfect because this card means apprenticeship. If you go study this card, the key word for this is apprenticeship. And what television show did the Trumpster have? The Apprentice. All part of his script. Tarot's been around a lot longer than he has. So this is the Apprentice, the 3 of diamonds. So something's coming together. Something's brewing for you. And you're ready to take it on. So if you're ready to move, act like, what would Donald Trump do? Just take what you know about him, the good stuff now. Forget all the bad stuff. If you look at the Trumpster and be like, okay, no matter what, we don't know his personal story. He owns a lot of real estate. He must be doing something right. When you have all these big, huge buildings in Trump Towers, he's got one in Vegas. So what would he do? If it was the right decision, he would attack it. He's all about that. He would attack it. So the apprentice, you're the apprentice now. What are you going to do? Attack. So whatever you got to do in your life right now, behave like that. Attack. Make them say yes. Stop saying no. Go watch the movie Yes Man. Get inspired by that. Just don't say yes to everything. So that's for you, higher frequencies. And Debbie Young. Debbie Young. Let's get a card for you. So you got the Hangman. First time I pulled this one in a while. Card number 12 in the Major Arcana, representing Pisces, the 2 fish, because the 2 fish represent the Jesus and Thomas. That represents the left and right hemispheres of your brain. It's the Hangman. You're enlightened when you come into this reality. You just don't know it. We just don't know that because we lose our memory. The word mem is tied to the 13th Hebrew alphabet. It's tied to the fish. How about that? So that's how the Hangman rolls. 12th card in Pisces, the 2 fish. Pisces is representing the mem and the memory. And mem is the 13th in the Hebrew alphabet. But this card right here, surrendering. Surrendering. You got to be surrendering to something. Debbie Young. What do you got to surrender to? What's been knocking at your door and you've been like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. If something's knocking at your door and this card comes up and it says you got to surrender, you don't really have a choice. So if you keep resisting it, it's just going to make it worse. Maybe you're just putting off a decision to make. You don't want to cut somebody out of your life because it's a friend, but they're toxic. Or maybe you need to stop doing a certain habit, but you know that you don't want to. Surrender to it. So you got to look and analyze your entire life and say, okay, what's been knocking at my door? Saying, hey Debbie, I'm here. You got to surrender to it. What's going to make your life better if you surrender to a certain energy? That's what you want to be focusing on. Ryan McFarland, I've seen your comment here now. The name of the rose, I think I got that. Let's get Terra 137. Terra 137. Terra 137. What do we got for Terra 137? Terra 137, and the answer is the Hermit card, the 9th card in the deck, linking it to your position of where's your Jupiter in your astrology chart? This is where, this is the card that's ruled by Jupiter. Sagittarius, where's your Sagittarius? What house is it in? You can look at all these layers, but typically this is going to represent your higher wisdom. Tapping into your higher wisdom now, not your gut feeling, but your higher wisdom. The 9th house, the 9th card, the Hermit. Maybe you need to go find a savant, or maybe you need to go find a sage, or maybe you need to go find some kind of shaman or someone who knows a thing or two and ask them what you should do. The Hermit. Or you may just need to tap into your higher self and do some meditation. Terra 137. You do have the 137 there. It's tied to the number 33. Why did you choose Terra 137? Why the 137? So you got to own that space. You're probably highly intelligent. You don't give yourself enough credit. Rockstar Programming, let's get you. I'm going to do a few more, and I'm going to call it a night, folks, because it's been a while. I know a lot of you are like, oh, no. But Rockstar Programming, let's get you a card. Yeah, because I got to eat, man. I got stuff I got. Oh, you got my birth card. You got the 4th card in the deck. The Emperor, the king on the chessboard, heavily tied to Aries, right? Because you got the ram on his chair, his stone chair, which I never would want to sit on. My ass would be hurting for days if I sat on a stone chair for a long period of time. God, what it would be like to live in a castle and you had no padding on your chairs. Whew, that would really suck. Anyway, the Emperor, it's tied to the Cancer and the Moon, right? And is the Emperor is this Christoph from the Truman Show? Because, this is the representation of Cancer, and the moon rules Cancer, and Christoph was on the moon. He's trying to tell Truman what to do. So if you just look at that concept, and it's like, okay, imagine you're Christoph, Rockstar Programming. Imagine you're Christoph, and you got your kingdom down below you, and you got to run it. Are you running it efficiently? See, when the Emperor shows up, you got to take charge. Own your shit. Stop making excuses. It's time to buckle down. And it's gonna this is tied to Cancer, so it could be a little laxed energy, but you got to use the king, and the king makes the final decisions. So this is a masculine energy you got to use. Make some final decisions. Whatever it is that's going on in your life for Rockstar Programming. What does the smiley face symbol mean? It reminds me to smile and be happy. See, I got it tattooed on my hand. Why I got this was because it reminds me not to take life so seriously. And the reason why I got my green one on right now is because we are in the green chakra. So it will change. It'll probably move into a blue one. I'm going to move through the colors of the rainbow. So once we hit the fall time, it'll move it into blue, but it's green now. But it just reminds me to smile and laugh and have a good time, not take life so seriously, because I do that a lot. So that's what it means. And I was born on the Sunday, and the sun represents, this smiley face represents Sunday, the sun. Okay, so let's get a few more. Theta N. See, I'm so far behind and I'm not going to get to you all, and I feel so bad. I want to get everybody done, but it's just no way. It's just no way. So let's get Theta N. Let's see what your Theta N's going to be. So you got the 66th card in the deck now. 65 or 66. It's the Two of Pentacles. This is tied to Lucifer again. Again, tied to, remember, Lucifer just means the light that provides the simulation. That's it. So when someone said, that's Luciferian, well, what does that mean to you? Well, it means the devil. Okay, what does the devil mean to you? Well, it's the boogeyman. Well, then you don't know what you're talking about. You don't want to say that probably, but Lucifer means the light. The one that makes all this stuff happen. That's why you have this word called bioluminescence. Luminescence. Anyways, I got way off topic here for you, Theta N. Probably way too much information that had nothing to pertain to what I'm supposed to tell you. But the Two of Pentacles, it's the great juggler. You're juggling a lot of things in your life. When this card comes, typically it means like you're really good at juggling all this stuff. You're like being this jack of all trades, but you're not really focusing on what life's trying to pull you in, the direction. Because see, when this card, I had pulled it earlier, it's to the Apprentice. After this card comes Donald Trump's card, the Apprentice. So this card's like weighing out like, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And then you go to the Three of Pentacles and you've made the decision and now you're moving into form. So this is you weighing out all your options. And you got the figure 8 there. You can see the figure 8. You got the infinity symbol in there. It's never ending. It's tied to the Architect. What am I going to do? Which way am I going to go? And this represents past, present, and future right there. So you got to make a decision. You're faced with that. You're multitasking. That's great, but you're going to be faced with the Three of Pentacles sooner or later, and that's going to be making a decision. Now's the time to weigh out everything in your life right now. Okay? So I hope that helps you. If you're not, go to your favorite search engine, type in Two of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot, and you can get what you need. Okay. Red Rose, I thought I got you. Let's get you a card. I'm going to do two more cards. All right, 2 more cards. I'm going to get Red Rose. Red Rose. Red Rose. So Red Rose, you get the card. This is a very interesting card to get. It's card number 52/51. It's tied to the earth and the pineal gland. It's also tied to the past, present, and future. If you look here, you can actually place the figure 8 over this card. This card right here is tied to the Vatican. Why the Vatican? Because this is tied to the Two of Spades. Two of Spades is card 41, and Vatican sits at 41 degrees north latitude. This represents the past moving into the future. See, the person sitting there has the two swords, but it's got a blindfold on. The two swords represents the past and the future. Sits right in the middle of that, owning both sides, controlling both sides, but kind of unsure which way to go because you get the blindfold on. So this card typically means indecision. What are you indecisive about? Stop doing that. So if that's a trigger word, if you got triggered by, oh yeah, I'm being indecisive there, that's it. Get rid of the indecisiveness, make a decision. As they say, shit or get off the pot. I mean, I don't sit on the toilet without having to go and sit on the toilet. I don't just sit there because it's fun to sit on the toilet. It's actually pretty uncomfortable. So shit or get off the pot. Okay, let's just be really technical here. All right. Let's get Detroit Aaron, because Detroit Aaron's a really good friend of mine, and I think he's a great decoder, and I haven't pulled a card for him, so let's get Detroit Aaron in the house. Go follow Detroit Aaron on Facebook, man. He's good at pulling sports stuff. If you like that, man. Money, fiat currencies. Pretty smart guy. All right, Aaron, let's go. Aaron Fisher. For Aaron Fisher up in the great state of Michigan. Up in the Detroit area. Wow, Aaron, so you get the... we pulled this earlier. The seventh card, the Chariot. Things are going to be moving fast. What's going on in your life? What's moving fast? You're always moving fast anyway. Is this even relevant to you? But the Chariot, whatever. So if there's a project that you're working on, you better hold on to it. Put your seatbelts on. He's got the Chariot, man. The black and white there. The 7 tied to Libra. This could mean your month of September coming up. What's happening? What's planned for you in the month of September? It's going to move quickly. And it's tied to Libra, Venus, and Saturn. You want to look at those placements in your chart compared to right now. Look at the transits and stuff like that if you're into astrology. But the Chariot, things are about to move quickly because it's the harvest card. So maybe it's going to be tying into your buy the dinars, and you've been saying this for a while. And I don't know. I hope that helped you. And let's get a few more. I'm going to do two more. 2 more cards, and then we're going to call it a night. Well, that's interesting. The word Lucifer in Dutch means a match. You light the match, the light. Perfect. It's cool. Okay, let's get Spirit Evolve. Spirit Evolve. Watch, I'm going to name... I'm not going to say the next one because someone's just going to log off. I'll screw this slogan. I'm not going to get my card. Because it's kind of boring, like watching... I know it's probably like, watching somebody else get a card. Spirit Evolve. Spirit Evolve, let's get you a card. And... So you get the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups. And this card right here is tied to the atom. What is the atom? How about the Atom Project? Have you seen that movie yet? It's all about time travel. So this card right here, I mean, you see the dove flying down with the Eucharist into the tub there and it's overflowing. It's the atom. And this is tied to the Ace of Hearts, the very first card in the deck. So the atom is the very first card of the deck. This is tied to the very first card in the deck. This is card number 51. Thought I say that wrong. Let me just double check something here. I don't know why I'm kind of drawing a blank here. 37, excuse me. 37. Wow, I don't know why I was way off in Never Neverland with that. Card number 37, tied to the eye in the sky. The eye in the sky is the atom, tied to light. It's overfloweth. All the atoms come down here, they create light, they spill out onto the world, creating the simulation. So what does this mean for you? Your cup's overflowing, man. You get a lot of energy coming your way. Make sure you use it in good, positive ways to make yourself to level up. Check things off the block. Check things off the box. Spirit Evolve. Okay. I'm going to do one more, but I want to answer a question. Aaron saying, what happens to a human's life when their name was changed by... nothing. See, astrology and numerology kind of go hand in hand, but numerology is a little different because you can change your name and it's going to perhaps alter the energy you have coming your way. You will never rid yourself of your birth certificate name. I don't think so. I think it's fused in your life and you will always have the energy to be dealing with. Because your parents named you that, and I promise you, your parents more than likely, and even if they were a fan of numerology, the majority of parents out there that named you as a child, they probably weren't playing with numerology. They just thought of it in their little brain right here, which I told you, this is the receiving station called the implant. It receives information. A little voice in your head that's talking right now, that owns you. I say that owns you. That's it at work, as Werner Erhard said. You're just along for the ride. All right, let's get one more. So I don't know how to answer your question, Aaron. There is no mistakes in life. There are no accidents. What you get is what you get. Let's get Christine Buckley. Let's get you the last card of the night. Here we go. Last card of the night. Christine Buckley, longtime subscriber. Seen your face here for a long time. Christine Buckley. Let's get you a card. What's going on with Christine Buckley in the house? Well, you got the 30th card in the deck, card 29 or 30. It's the 8 of Wands. This is the card tied to the World card in the Major Arcana, but it's the 8 of Clubs. This card is tied to psychic abilities, moving quickly, tied to the Yod-Heh Vahe, because it's the 30th card in the deck, tied to Zinc, tied to Hell, coming down here to Hell. We are in Hell. We're going to have fun with this, make heaven out of it. But things are moving quickly. That's what happens when this reality, it moves quickly. But for you, Christine Buckley, something's coming your way. It's going to move quickly. Things have been set in motion. Put your seatbelts on. Because it's about to move quick. It's about to move quick. Ooh, all right. I hope I was able to provide all of you that I pulled cards for. I hope that you got something out of that. And if I didn't give you it, just go to your favorite search engine, type in your card that I pulled for you, Teach Me Tarot, and maybe you'll find it on that website. Okay? So what else can I share with you? So let me, what I want to share with you. Let me share one more slide with all of you. From my upcoming Westworld Decoded. And I was decoding all day and all night last night. My eyes were like fish swimming. You know that cat clock on the wall when its eyes spin when the alarm goes off? That's what my eyes are doing. And it led me to this. And I realized that why would Ed Harris be casted for the Truman Show playing Christof that was living on the moon to control Truman, who was living on Earth? And then he gets casted to play the Man in Black who was in Westworld, and he was the one of the main characters, and he was there to figure it out. He was on the quest to figure out what the hell was going on here in Westworld. So if you just really put two and two together here, you may have more keys to this whole thing, and then realize that Westworld being 40 and then the moon and Earth together, and then Christof being on the moon and Truman being on Earth and then Westworld being on Earth, you can clearly start to see a pattern here. And the pattern is that the incarnation process seems to be from the portal of the moon. And it causes the Westworld. It causes the simulation. And that's why the moon's so revered in many cultures. It's tied to the sun. The sun and moon run the stock market. They run cryptocurrency, I can assure you that. I've supported that. Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto has been showing that. But the moon seems to be the incarnation process. And, in the Matrix movie, it said, knock, knock, follow the white rabbit. And the white rabbit is right on the moon. So is the moon the way in and the way out? Or is it just the incarnation process and the way in and the moon? David Icke says the moon is tied together with Saturn, the Saturn moon matrix. I mean, there is merit to that because across the way in the house of the moon, which is Cancer, is Saturn and Capricorn, and that's the 10-4, and those are the two tropics on the map, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, and those houses are the 10th house and the 4th house. So you have Saturn tied to the moon. So do we just come from Saturn? And Father Time, does he own it all? Does that planet own it all? Or is it just the archons that have you stuck here in this loop? Many people think we're in a loop. Why Westworld in the W? W's the 23rd letter. Look at what moon equals. 23 is tied to the Royal Star of the Lion in numerology. Royal Star of the Lion's tied to Yaldabaoth, the Gnostic demiurge, which is tied to the Lord of Sirius. Not Sirius, but the Lord of it, protector of it. His mother is Sophia. 23 is tied to the words blood, crown, and history, all in Chaldean. So I feel like we're from the moon. That's the portal to get in here. You get that movie Moonfall? I think Jill, if you're listening, you recommended that. I watched some of it. Moonfall. And that was all about the AI technology taking over and trying to kill all the human beings, which is what all these movies have been alluding to. But this was a pretty big deal. And then, Earth is 17, the star card is 17. We come to Earth to be stars, but I think we come from the moon. As I've shown in my prison planet, my 42 decoded, I've stated this now for quite some time. And this decode right here is going to be freaking pretty gem dropping content. I can tell you that. It will be a gem dropping content. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate you. I'm going to sign off tonight. This was like a rare Sunday night that I do these. I'm going to be traveling this week, so I'm going to be, I won't be doing any, I'm just so all of you know, I will not be doing any live broadcasts for a month, okay? I'm I'm going to disconnect, take some time away. I got some things to work on. I will be releasing some decodes. There will not be as many as my normal self because, my content and my production, it takes a lot of my energy to put into these. And I just don't like putting out junk stuff. So I have this Westworld coming out. It'll be coming out sometime next week. I also have my upcoming podcast with Ola Wolny from the Arctic up in Norway. And she's looking to exit the Matrix. That's the title of this next podcast coming out, called Exit the Matrix. Let's talk about Exit the Matrix. Make sure you go over to my channel and it'll be in the timeline. It'll say it's going to premiere on Thursday, the 25th of this week. Make sure you hit notify so that way you know when this is going to hit. I think I got it set for the afternoon of Thursday. So you may not get the release of it at that time, but once it goes out, it goes out. So it's about an hour and a half long, maybe a little bit less. Okay? So I got the Westworld coming out. I got probably another Light Decoded coming out. May have the Phoenix coming out as well, and the 88. Still working on that one. I'd like to get these out before I leave, and so I got a lot of work to do. So just bear with me. If you don't see me for a couple days, well, now you know why. But I appreciate each and every one of you, man. All of you great decoders. I appreciate each and every one of you, sending you tons of love from the Caribbean part of Mexico, out here in Puerto Morelos. I'll be in the U.S. next week. I'm kind of excited about that. It'll be fun. I'll be going all over the place. And I'll be back here in September. So I will definitely be checking in from time to time. Just kind of going through your comments. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Logan, does the X in a circle have meaning like the X-Men symbol? Yeah, well, it just means 24. X is 20. When you see the X, the letter X is the 24th letter. What is 24? It's tied to the word machine. Feed the machine. It's tied to the word wolf. Feed the wolf. It's tied to the X chromosome that we all have. So the feed the machine and feed the wolf is you. It's feeding mankind. And you can't help it. That's why there's 24 hours in a day. The 2 and the 4. 2 and 4 is the heart and the sacral. Taurus and Cancer. Those two. The moon and Venus. Those two. And Venus is love, and the moon is all about compassion. You bring those two together, and you're looking for love when you're down here in this reality. So, Aaron's asking, what if my mother is a Rosicrucian? Great. I don't know what a spanner means. She was trying to throw a spanner in the works? Aaron, I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. I watched the very first episode of Sandman. I was bored. It's too dark, so witchcraft, and I don't want to feed that. So I'm not going to decode that. That's right, Nickelback, Feed the Machine. Go listen to that song, man. I have that in one of my decodes. I think it's in my what's in my random thoughts number 11. I think I have Feed the Machine in there. So if you haven't seen my random thoughts number 11, check it out. Do you consider all your knowledge a blessing or a curse? It's both. It's going to be both. There's always a price to pay. When you feed your face and satiate yourself, the price you pay is your digestion has to end up moving. That's detrimental to your digestion because your body starts to move. So it's a curse and a reward. It's a cause and effect. There's always a cause and effect in everything that we do. I have Elon Musk. I'm glad you're reminding me of that, Jane. I have a few slides on Elon. See, I want to let all of you know too as well. Some of these decodes I have coming up, they're going to be shorter because I have limited time before I leave. And when I leave, I'm not doing any presentations because I'm not bringing my equipment with me. So I have Elon Musk, and I'm glad you reminded me of that. I already have some slides for him. I probably will throw that one out there and premiere it. I have a lot of traction on that one, but there's just not much to it. You know, I know people say it's got L, but it's pronounced Elon. It's not L-on, it's Elon. So phonetically, there's no L in there. It's Elon Musk. Elon Reeve, like Christopher Reeve, who is Superman. So remember the E is the 5. Elon Reeve Musk, who has the 2 of wands. If you guys look at Elon Musk, that's his birth card. What does this mean? The future. The guy's just doing his job. We can call it being bamboozled. We can say, oh, they're lying. They're not telling the truth. They're deceiving. And what do you think? What do you want this reality to be? You want it just rolled out for you where you have it all figured out and there's no competition? Why are we complaining about all this stuff we call deception and I'm being lied to and they're lying? And see, if you're focusing on that, man, you're taking away from the things you can be grateful for. Without deception, what you call that, I don't think there's anything as deception. It's all influence at the end of the day. But without the deception, you wouldn't even know what it feels like to have truth. If you had everything given to you with no challenges, you wouldn't know what life was supposed to be about. That's how I see it. And maybe, just maybe, these people that are trying to get to Mars and, you know, I don't know. Maybe they need your energy to get there. You know, maybe they need your energy to get there. And enough energy focused and harnessed on one event will finally make it happen. And maybe it just won't be what we think it is. Like some people think we didn't go to the moon. Okay. I mean, it is kind of interesting that 1969 is the year they went and they haven't gone back since, and the technology has done nothing but rapidly advanced. You would think they could easily go back. So it does kind of sound really fishy. I decoded the moon landing. Check out my moon landing decoded. I showed you how it was all scripted. You look at the astrological chart, you could see where the moon's placed. July 20th, 1969 is when that happened. There's something about the moon, folks, is tied to Westworld. It's tied directly to Earth. I just don't know how that is or what that is. But anyways, I'm going to let all of you go. I appreciate all you great decoders out there. Thanks for bearing with me through my tangents tonight and just keeping it raw and visceral. And I really just, sending you a lot of love. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here and supporting this channel. And, please go support Syncretism Society. Go support Jordan at Waters Above Crypto. Support Nigel and Harry. Support these people that are making the content and getting you to think about shit. If you're not a content creator, go give these people some love, man, and listen to what they got to say. If they're an influencer, listen to what they got to say and then make the truth your own. That's the name of the game. And at the end of the day, that's really what it could really come down to. Your truth, and that's it. That's it. Maybe that's just what it is all going to come down to. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let me just end this with this great tune. The great Elvis Presley. And I think it just summarizes so great, man, in this reality. So we're caught in a trap. And the reason why he says you can't walk out, because I love you too much, baby. Yeah. He loves life too much. Not a woman. I love life too much. That's why you can't get out. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for What's Your Question number 40, my name is Logan. Thanks each and every one of you for coming here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Sending you much love. Until next time, we will see you later.
We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build our dreams on suspicious minds. So if an old friend I know stops by to say hello, would I still see suspicion in